Y'all, when I tell y'all it's packed in here, check this out. Oh, excuse me. And then like we got a full crowd tonight. also in this meeting, WRAL is also here covering, so it's a pretty big event, yeah.
Hey, babe.
Never thought there would be so much excitement at Tarboro. The teachers lived in the community, looked after the kids.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to remind everybody at the start of the meeting to please turn off or silence your cell phones before we begin. Councilman Taylor, will you mind leading us in invocation?
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day you've given us today. We thank you for the rains that, we're praying, Lord, for the rain that you will send our way soon. Grass needs it. We need that refreshing. Please forgive us of our sins. Hear our prayers tonight. We're thankful for this night. We're thankful to live in a country like America that we're able to assemble. Thank you for our citizens that are here. Thank you for this council. Thank you for our staff. Be with us tonight as we discuss those issues that are important to our citizens and for the town of Tarboro. Help us to work together to do the best and right things for Tarboro. Thank you for any and all the guests that we have here as well. Again, thank you for allowing us to live in a wonderful country. We know, Heavenly Father, that we still have people across the country, California, to our own mountains that are still suffering and recovering from storms. So just pray, Lord, that you will be with them, continue to give them strength. Now be with us as we're here tonight. Keep us in your care. We ask all of this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilman Taylor. Please rise if you're able to the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on the agenda this evening is the approval of agenda by council. Before we do approve, I believe there's one addition.
Yes. Proclamation. All right, I'd like to make a motion that we add that to the agenda.
Second.
We've got a motion by Councilman Woodard and a second by Councilman Taylor. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Now we need to approve the agenda.
Second.
Councilwoman Jordan has made the motion. Councilwoman Bynum has seconded Councilwoman Jordan's motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Ms. Hinton, we have a proclamation for you this evening. We appreciate you coming to receive it. Today we have a proclamation honoring Miss Mary Frances Hinton on the occasion of her 100th birthday. Whereas Miss Mary Frances Hinton was born on September 5th, 1925 in Edgerton County, North Carolina, to Claude and Ada Bellamy. And whereas Frances is one of 3 siblings, lovingly connected to her sister, Geneva Suggs, and remembering her brother, Lonnie Bellamy. And whereas Frances was married to the late Hilliard Hinton Jr. and is the devoted mother of 2 sons, William Hinton and Lonnie Hinton Sr. And she stands as a matriarch of strength, wisdom, faith, and love, whose life has impacted generations. And whereas educated at Logsboro School in the Leggett community, Frances began her working life as a sharecropper and later at Park Cotton Mills, before answering a lifelong calling in healthcare. And whereas Frances faithfully served more than 30 years as a nurse's aide at Edgecombe General, later Heritage Hospital, extended her care as a private duty nurse at Albemarle and Tarboro, and brought leadership and hospitality to the family business, Hinton's Barbecue, as kitchen leader. And whereas her excellence in service has been recognized throughout numerous honors, including Nurse's Aide of the Year at Heritage Hospital, the naming of the Mary Frances Center in Tarboro by Mr. Lynn Anderson, and recognition by the City of Rocky Mount on her 99th birthday by Councilman Jabaris Williams of Rocky Mount. Whereas, rooted deeply in Christian faith, Frances is a licensed minister of the gospel and has served faithfully as a choir member on the Mother's Board and in outreach ministries, offering prayers, encouragement, and care to neighbors and strangers alike. And whereas, Frances' gifts and interests, self-taught hairdressing, cake baking, and traditional gospel music, together with simple joys such as the Shine a Little Light gospel program, the rifling, wagon train, the logo, and lifetime movies, reflect a life of creativity, joy, and devotion. And whereas, embodying a true servant's heart, Frances retired from the hospital to care for her beloved father, who lived to 105, further demonstrating her devotion to family and community. And whereas, at 100 years of age, Mary Frances Hinton remains a shining example of grace, perseverance, and service, inspiring the people of Tarboro and Edgecombe County. Now, therefore, I, Tate Mayo, the mayor of the town of Tarboro, North Carolina, do hereby recognize and celebrate Miss Mary Frances 2025 as Miss Mary Frances Town of Tarboro. And I encourage all residents to join in honoring her remarkable life of faith, family, work, and service. Further, this proclamation shall be presented in celebration at Edgecombe Community College on September 6, 2025. And this end, please forgive me for not being there. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the town of Tarboro to be affixed on this day of September 2025. Thank you, Ms. Hinton. Normally, we only make these one page long, but with a life as filled as yours, I had Councilwoman Jordan, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we move the action items up and on the agenda due to other items tonight.
Mr. Hinton, is that motion? Okay, so there's a motion on the table by Councilwoman Jordan to move up the action items before. Councilwoman Biden, the second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
If I may speak, I asked Mrs. Hinton, what was her life like to have her live to 100 years? And if I can say it for you, Mrs. Hinton, or if you'd like to say it yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was three things. love the Lord, love everybody, and treat people right.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Second action item is also a budget amendment. This is related to the MA Ray Center HVAC replacement. On July 11th, 2025, the air conditioning system at MA Ray Center failed, leaving the facility without cooling. With high temperatures at the time, we decided to go ahead and replace the unit. The full cost of the replacement was $56,850, which cannot be accommodated in this year's budget. An appropriation of fund balance is necessary. It's recommended the council approve the attached budget amendment authorizing the funding for replacement of the HVAC system.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Taylor's made the motion, Councilman Ford is second. Councilman Taylor's motion, is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next action item is non-residential maintenance code for 305 through 307 North Main Street and also 108 East Pitt Street. This is the former Mayor Pitt building downtown. The town began enforcement of this property town, and as the council retreat, council authorized staff to engage with an attorney to help us enforce the ordinance at hand. Since that time, our legal counsel has reached out to the owners and still no action has been taken. So to date, we are looking to continue enforcement actions with try to adopt a resolution for receivership for the property. So there's a resolution attached to your agenda that resolves three things. The town council, and we wish to proceed with petition to Superior Court, Benjamin County, for the appointment of a qualified receiver to rehabilitate, demolish, or sell the building at 305 and 307 North Main, and 108 East Pitt Street. It also delegates the town manager the authority to effectuate the desire of this petition, as well as selecting a qualified receiver for this action. And it also approves the lending of up to $250,000 in town funds as a loan to the receiver for any improvements necessary to bring the building up to code. And the fourth item, it also authorizes legal counsel to receive the filing of petition on behalf.
Make a motion that we set the non-residential maintenance code 305 as approved.
Second.
Councilman Brown has made a motion to accept, seconded by Councilwoman Jordan. Is there further discussion?
Yes, just a quick question, Mr. Floyd. It says that the town manager may accept the terms that was sent to the council.
Yeah. We'll bring, once a receiver has been appointed for this item, there'll be an agreement between us and the receiver, which will include the terms of that. At the very least, it'll be a lien against the property, the first position, and we can also set terms for payback.
Further discussion, Councilman Wood?
Can you pull your mic down? I couldn't hear.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Is there further discussion? All right, the motion was made by Councilman Brown and seconded by Councilwoman Jordan to approve. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item 7 is a resolution regarding the regional hazard mitigation plan. The Nash Edgecombe Wilson Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan has been approved by the North Carolina Department of Emergency Management and sent to FEMA for approval. At this point, the state requested each jurisdiction adopt a plan. The regional plan is updated every 5 years and is not only a planning tool for the area, but is necessary to be eligible for certain federal funding and emergency grants. It's recommended that council approve the resolution adopting the plan.
So moved.
Councilwoman Bynum has made the motion to approve. Councilman Brown has seconded that motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item 8 is for a special event, the Edgecombe Cancer Support Foundation. The Edgecombe Cancer Support Foundation will be holding its annual fundraising race on October 25th, 2025, between 9 and 12 p.m. 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. The event will start in downtown Tarboro at Tarboro Brewing Company. Event organizers are asking for the town of Tarboro to co-sponsor the event by providing in-kind items such as hand washing station, portable toilets, and traffic cones. It's recommended the council agree to co-sponsor the Edgecombe County Cancer Support Foundation fundraising race and provide any kind of support as requested and as we've done.
We'll move.
Second.
Councilman Woodard has made the motion, Councilman Taylor has seconded Councilman Woodard's motion. Is there further discussion? Councilwoman Bonner?
I'm on the board, so I'm just gonna.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
All right, action item number 9 is also a special event. Tarboro Development Corporation is requesting that the town of Tarboro co-sponsor the Bluegrass Festival event to take place on Saturday, November 1st, 2025 at Riverfront Park, from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. PBC is asking the town to provide the stage, trash cans, trash pickup afterwards, portable toilets, hand washing station, security, and the closure of River Road for the event. It's recommended the council agree to co-sponsor the Bluegrass Festival by providing any kind of services and equipment as listed above, as we've done in years past.
We'll move.
Second.
Councilman Woodard has made the motion, Councilman Pitt has seconded Councilman Woodard's motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item 10 is related to the New Year's Eve event. Order to receive approval from NCDOT to close Main Street and St. Andrew Street for the 2025 New Year's Eve event held on December 31st, 5 to 1:30 a.m. Downtown Tarboro. It's necessary to adopt an ordinance declaring the road closures. It's recommended the council adopt the attached ordinance declaring the closure of Main Street between St. James and Pitt Street, the 300 block of North Main Street, and the 300 block of St. Andrew Street for the 2025 year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Taylor made the motion, I'm gonna give the second to Councilman Woodard. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
All right, the next 5 items are related to appointments that don't have to be made this month, but rather next month, but bring council's attention. First is for the redevelopment commission, the 5-year term for Raymond Privet on the redevelopment commission will expire in October. Mr. Privet has expressed interest in continuing to serve, and his application is attached for council's consideration. It's recommended the council be prepared to appoint one individual to fill the expiring term of the October meeting. Next item is related to the Edgecombe County Tourism Development Authority. The 3-year term for C.B. Brown on the Edgecombe County Tourism Development Authority will expire in October. Mr. Brown has confirmed his interest to serve another term on the board. It's recommended the council appoint one individual to fill the expiring term at the October meeting. Next item is related to the Planning Board and Zoning Commission. The 4-year terms for the following members of the Planning Board and Zoning Commission will expire in October. Louis Ridgway, Ward 5, Greg Bottoms, Ward 6, and I believe council also has received a resignation from Bryce Knight in Ward 7. So it would be appropriate for council to be ready to appoint somebody for all for those 3 wards. Next item is related to the Downtown Grant Review Committee. The 2-year terms for the following members of the Downtown Grant Review Committee will expire in October. Reba Flowers, William Brett Broadwater, Maggie Gregg. Mr. Flowers and Ms. Gregg have expressed interest in continuing to serve, and applications are attached. Mr. Broadwater has declined to serve another term, resulting in 1 vacancy on the committee. It's recommended the council appoint 2 individuals to fill the expiring terms and 1 individual to fill the vacant position at the October meeting. Last action item is related to the Parking Authority. The 5-year term for Linda Knight on the Parking Authority will expire October 2025. Ms. Knight has indicated that she does not wish to serve another term. Lance Cherry has expressed interest in serving, and his application is attached. It's recommended that council appoint one individual to fill the upcoming vacancy. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. All right, that will bring us back to requests and petitions of citizens. I want to remind everyone that these are general requests and petitions, and matters scheduled for public hearing, the special use permit regarding energy storage solutions, if you hold those comments until the evidentiary hearing. So I'm going to open it up for requests and petitions of citizens. When addressing council, please state your name, your address, and be mindful of the 5-minute time limit when addressing council.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Briyana Storm Baker, and I am presenting to all of you tonight. Oh, my address is 205 Louise Street, Canada, North Carolina.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
I'm presenting to you tonight a flyer detailing an education forum being held on September 30th. You may have seen this circulating around on social media, but it is essentially it's an education forum detailing what's going to happen with MAP C being implemented in our school system, as well as to celebrate community efforts in making sure that we have a voice in the school system. It's open to the public, and I just wanted to present this information to invite y'all. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Yes, it's and thank y'all in advance. I hope to see y'all there.
Hello everyone, my name is Gretchen Darling at 206 West Bethel Avenue here in Tarboro, and I just can't wait for that day when one day there's a crosswalk at Bethel and Main. I just can't wait. It's going to be the best day of my life. So I emailed you guys some stuff. Let's get out there. Hey.
Thank you, Ms. Darling. Is there anyone else who wishes?
My name is Candace Owens, 104 West Park Avenue. First of all, I want to thank you for the lovely proclamation that you did for Fred. That's me. I have a couple of things. I want to address this data center.
Ms. Owens, that is the, we'll get to that. That's the next thing on the agenda. That's the public hearing that's happening after the
Okay.
general comments.
All right, then I would like to address more beautification in Tarboro. And that would, making reference primarily to the trees downtown and the Asiatic jasmine planted underneath. That jasmine is a high maintenance plant, and it hasn't been pruned that I can tell in a very long time. The trees got the leaders out from under them about 2 months ago, and they looked really good. The presentation that we make to our guests who are going into the Albemarle is not good. It's just not good. There are weeds. The jasmine is over the side, all over the edges. It looks terrible, terrible. And I've talked about this to the town manager a couple of months ago, and that was taken care of. It needs regular maintenance. All of the trees downtown need regular maintenance. And the Asiatic jasmine needs to be pruned. I have it in my front yard. If you want to know what it's supposed to look like, drive by my front yard, because it's there, and I have it pruned twice a month. So it's not the same color, but it is the same type plant. So that's one thing. The Iliagnus that grows down by the flagpole, along that, it's a border that goes around the creek. I don't think it's been cared for in at least 2 years. You can't find the Iliagnus now for all of the vines and weeds and stuff growing all over the top of it. And that's not why it was planted. I go down and cut the Iliagnus and put it in my house. Now I can't even find it. So that really needs some attention. Siri is talking to me. We just need to emphasize beautification in this town. People come into the town, and beautification means a lot, a lot. People coming back, people wanting to move here, people wanting to work here. It's in my mind, it's so simple, but it is the hardest thing to get across. I've dealt with it a long time. And then I'd like to talk about some of the homes in the historic district. And in particular, I'd like to start with the house on the east corner of Church and St. Patrick. The house right beside where Tripp and Joanna live. And the lady lives in the mountains. She's been gone for years. And no one has lived in that house for years. And now, there are so many vines and bushes and stuff all in the front yard. I can't even see the house number. I can't from the street. And a major limb fell from that yard 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it stayed in the yard for a long time. It's now been moved to the street, and they've cleaned up around there a little, quite much. But places like that do not need to exist in our historic town. There's another house on the corner of the street that goes down by the post office and St. Patrick. That the porch has been incomplete for years. There has to be an ordinance. Now, I haven't looked to find an ordinance, but there has to be an ordinance against that. We cannot allow our town to run down. And that, in my mind, is letting our town run down. So please check your ordinances. Please check your ordinances. There are other towns here also in town. I didn't go around and make a list. I can. There are probably 10 or 15. And no one is doing anything about them. So, is that my buzzer? Yes. Surprise! Y'all pay attention to those things. You'll be busy for a while. But I do thank you for your kind and lovely proclamation last month.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I've got one request. Please make sure you speak into the mic. We're
No
recording.
problem.
Thank you.
Council as well.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Corey Logman. This is my wife Danielle. We're residents at 607 South Howard Circle. My wife has been a resident of Edgecombe County since 1990. I moved to Edgecombe County to get a teaching job back in 2004. So I've been down here 21 years now. For over a year now, we've struggled with egregious, documented drug activities taking place across the street. We reached out to the Sheriff's Department multiple times. I provided photos and video of everything that's been going on. In addition, we reached out to Tarboro Police Department, and I've done the same with them. So basically, it's something that continues, and no matter what we do, I do homeschool my sons. It takes place directly across from my dining room where we do our homeschooling, and despite blinds and everything else, I can't avoid seeing what's going on.
Acknowledging that we are not law enforcement officers and there are rules that dictate how investigations must be conducted, I must implore you, If activity like this cannot be managed in our community will fail to flourish. Though we are not law enforcement officers, we are public servants, a nurse, a teacher, and a nurse, and have chosen to live and raise our family in this town. However, the rising safety concerns and depreciation of property values due to the drug activity has made us reconsider this decision. We ask the council to act on this information and have provided our contact details here in hopes of an ongoing conversation.
Councilman?
Yes, can you tell me what the location is again? I didn't quite hear.
South Howard Circle.
South Howard Circle.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that wishes to speak? All right, hearing none, we are going to move on to matters scheduled for public hearing. This is a continuation of the public hearing from last month for SUP 25-02 Energy Storage Solutions LLC. Before we begin, I did get the legal counsel, and I want to give a brief explanation of the process so that everybody's aware. I want to explain what a special use permit, or SUP, is in North Carolina, why it exists, and the process that we as a council must follow. In 2021, the General Assembly consolidated all local government planning and development laws into North Carolina General Statute, Chapter 160D. Unlike general zoning, which applies broadly, an SUP allows for certain land uses that may be appropriate in a district. It gives this council the authority to evaluate proposals on a case-by-case basis. By law, SUP hearings are quasi-judicial proceedings. That means that we have to act as a court and not as a legislative body. We must base our decisions only on sworn testimony, competent evidence, and legal standards. Council members cannot rely on personal opinions, outside communications, or public sentiment. This process requires that we, 1, hold a formal hearing with sworn testimony, 2, consider evidence against the required findings of fact outlined in zoning ordinances, 3, allow cross-examination of witnesses, 4, deliberate only on the record established in the hearing. Our role is not to decide whether we like or dislike a project, but whether the applicant has met the legal standards. If those standards are satisfied with competent evidence, we must approve the permit. If those standards are not met, we must deny the application with cause. The applicant holds the right to appeal this board's decision, as does anyone with standing in Superior Court. This board has not been able to speak with our constituents about this application, as that would be considered ex parte communication and would violate the applicant or anyone with standing's right to an impartial hearing. With that, we now reopen the evidentiary hearing for the Energy Storage Solutions LLC Special Use Permit 25-02. The applicants have requested the proposed development of a data center and an energy storage system approximately 52.185 acres on the south side of Anaconda Road between McNair Road and Western Boulevard. I will now call on our attorney to give us an overview of the process of the hearing for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the same disclosure we read at the hearing at the last council meeting. This hearing is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing conducted pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 160D-406. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this board must decide. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The chairman of the board will follow procedures during this hearing, beginning with disclosure, ex parte communications, and explanations of standing and witness testimony. The board's discretion is limited. The board must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the standards set in the regulation and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and the standards, not a personal preference or opinion. After considering the evidence, the decision will be made by the council by a simple majority vote. Participation in this hearing is limited. The meeting is open to the public. Everyone is welcome to watch. Parties with standing have the right to participate fully. Parties may present evidence, call witnesses, and make legal arguments. Parties are limited to the applicant, the local government, and individuals who can show they will suffer special damages. Other individuals may serve as witnesses when called by the board. General witness testimony is limited to facts, not opinions. For certain topics, the board does need to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include projections about impacts on property value, or projections about impacts on increased traffic, or other similar items. Individuals providing expert opinion must be qualified as experts and provide the factual evidence upon which they base their expert opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. So this time, we will administer the oath to all individuals who intend to provide witness testimony. Madam Clerk, Mr. Mayor.
All right, if anybody wishes to be a party in this case or to provide testimony, please come to be sworn by our clerk. And if you've been sworn in at the last meeting, you also need to get re-sworn in this meeting as well.
Place your left hand towards this area and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please do.
We're going to let this in.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Councilman. Okay. Everyone has been sworn that wishes to testify. At some point in the hearing you would like to testify and haven't been sworn, please let the clerk know and she'll swear you in. Okay, now we get to disclosure. The parties to this case are entitled to an impartial board. A board member may not participate in this hearing if she or he has a fixed opinion about the matter, financial interest in the outcome of the matter, or a close relationship with an affected person. Does any board member have any partiality to disclose and recusal to offer? Members of council, I must state for the record that I will be recusing myself from the special use permit hearing before us. While I've done my best to remain impartial, I've developed a fixed opinion regarding this project. This proposal involves 6 untested technologies being deployed in Tarboro, with many shells also represented, and I believe that this presents serious risks for our town. Risks that I cannot support due to the nature of its uncertainty. Because special use permit hearings are quasi-judicial in nature, our role is to serve as impartial judges. My mind is made up, and I cannot in good conscience fulfill that role fairly. And I respectfully ask that council vote to formally recuse me from this matter, so that the integrity of this process is upheld.
Any motion?
All those in favor?
I'll make a motion to decline. You feel the obligation.
Sorry, can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make a motion that we decline the mayor's request to recuse himself from this process. He is the town mayor. I think it's his responsibility to
We should just put on public record.
We cannot
Can you
hear
please
you.
speak into the mic?
Please.
I disagree with Councilman Brown because, as our mayor has just stated, he has a fixed opinion. I'm not sure Shannon might have to elaborate more on this, but if we were to vote on this hearing, that being a part of the public record, does that not open us up to another issue?
I do think, it was appropriate for you to declare that you had a bias, but I don't think it was appropriate for you to tell what bias that was. And that way, you could have been in a better position to accept the bias. I mean, what I'm saying is, you said you have a fixed opinion, but by stating your opinion, you may have influenced others. That's what I'm saying. And I'm just saying that I wish you had just stated that you didn't feel like you could be appropriate. That's all I'm saying.
Legal counsel?
I'm not really speaking to you. I'm just saying.
160D 109 Part B says quasi-judicial decisions. A member of any board exercising quasi-judicial functions pursuant to this chapter shall not participate in or vote on any quasi-judicial matter in a manner that would violate an affected person's constitutional rights to an impartial decision maker. Impermissible violations of due process include, but are not limited to, a member having a fixed opinion prior to a hearing that is not susceptible to change. Undisclosed ex parte communications, a close familial, business, or other association or relationship with an affected person, or a financial interest in the outcome of the matter. Sounds like the mayor is declaring a fixed opinion prior to the hearing.
If he can't participate or vote as mayor pro tem now run this hearing,
That's correct.
Does this need a vote?
I object.
There's a motion on the table by Councilman Brown
Okay.
to reject my recusal. Is there a second? Hearing none, your motion dies.
I'm actually going to approve your refusal.
There's a motion on the table by Councilman Anderson. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Jordan, Bynum has seconded my motion. Is there further discussion? Councilman Brown?
I don't think there's a member sitting on this council that doesn't have something. We can't hear y'all.
Talk in the mic.
I can't say there's not a council member on this board that doesn't have some form of a decision or thinking about which way they're gonna go, or maybe not be able to be persuaded one way or another. maybe not quite fixed, but everybody has thought about it over the last month. There's no doubt about it. I know I played around with it, I talked about it in my house. So we all may have some form of thought about it. I don't think that's a fair thought to use it. Unless it's a financial gain.
Councilman Woodard?
I'll try to talk in the mic. My concern is that you're recusing yourself after hearing information. So are you sure that your recusal is based on private thought, belief, or on the evidence that you have already heard? You follow what I'm saying? Because we're in the middle of the process. I'm just asking, have you heard evidence that at this point that brings you to the conclusion? And is that affecting your decision? That's what I'm.
That's a mute factor. It's a mute factor.
Can we explain that by that being mute?
It
You mean?
doesn't matter.
I have a problem. I want to make sure that whenever we do this in the future, now anytime that we do it the right time and the right person. See, this is I'm just asking. I'm just making my statement. Did you clear? Let me ask another question, if I may. Did your decision become before the hearing started, or did you during the process?
It was during the process. Particularly when I got up at the last council meeting and was approached by Mr. Breedlove in the bathroom saying that this board was crazy not to take this and he didn't know how he could do this. Really crazy from the last meeting. So we've got a motion and a second. Councilman Anderson and Councilwoman Bynum. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of my recusal signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. 2 noes, that's Councilman Jordan and Councilman Brown. Ayes have it. Step from the dais.
I'd like to involve update. Where are we in the hearing? Have we heard all from the petition?
We're going through disclosures, Mr. Mayor.
Say it again.
Disclosures, recusals, page 2 of the worksheet.
You still reading the procedures? Okay. The parties in this case have rights for any ex parte communication to be disclosed. Ex parte communication is any communication about the case outside of the hearing that may include site visits as well as conversations with parties, staff, or the general public. Does any board member have any site visits to disclose?
I like that. I have ridden by to notice to see the size of the signs themselves and have some input at a later time in regard to notice of public hearings. I would also say that I have received a number of emails with information in regard to a petition that was being passed, which I did not visit that site. I've had a number of phone calls where people wanted to express their views. And again, I've also had a couple of, well, lack of a better word, confrontation with some folks on the street or in a public place that wanted to express their views. And in each case, I expressed my inability to discuss the matter. So again, no discussion has taken place in regard to the specific of the case. But again, as I said, I've been emailed, text, and approached, but I did feel I needed to disclose that. But I have not been on the site itself. I've been on the highway, as I said, to see the signs that were posted by the town, and certainly as we move forward, I may have some recommendations of what we do there, but not in accordance to this matter that we're continuing to discuss. Thank you.
Yes, yes, I will go ahead and inform everyone that, my wife and I did take a trip last, Saturday. We went up to Manassas and we went up to, Prince William County. Personally, I've never seen a data center, nor did I know what a data center sound like. But I do know, I mean, especially one that runs on the grid. So, it was very helpful for me to know the knowledge, have the knowledge of exactly what a data center sounds like and the size of it. You know, I have also, you know, had emails and things I've seen. I didn't look at petitions or anything else. But I did, you know, I felt like it was my duty in a way to actually to explore what a data center was and look at what the sound, the decibel readings are on these facilities, and I did. I also took the sound meter, went on Anaconda Road during the daytime, found out exactly what the sound levels were there. I also went on McNair Road at certain points, found out what the sound points were on McNair. So I know what, you know, what's making sounds there and how much sound is in that area. Those things I did do.
Mr. Mayor, similar to Councilman Taylor, I received numerous unsolicited contact
And here,
members of the public. I've received all sorts of contact from members of the public, to which I explained I couldn't speak about the project. So that's
Attorney Hinton, if someone receives a phone call or email and does not respond, is that still ex parte?
As long as you disclose it.
No, you disclose it.
Disclose it to
I just want to know, is it actually ex parte conversation?
It is.
Okay. Well, in that case, I have received a call, and of course I didn't respond, and that person understood that, and they gave their opinion.
I would also still like to say that I have received several phone calls, emails, and texts regarding this as well. And it's always important that council members listen to their citizens. And I did understand that it cannot be communicated, but I am, you know, a listening ear first. But it does not impact anything that I hear myself. I'm part of the majority, so someone has called, text, whatever, but you know, it's not just to your constituents. I didn't disclose anything, they know more than me.
And I think that goes for all of us.
There you go.
Part of the majority, yay!
That's the reason I asked what was it really ex parte, we didn't respond. So I think it's a consensus that everybody received calls, and it, as Councilwoman Vine, she's my cousin, I was about to say Sabrina, stated, it's the right of citizens to express the right of citizens to share their concerns, and so that's appropriate as long as we, of course, did not deliver an opinion at that time. So, I think all has been disclosed. on to the next point. This is a very difficult and long process. Listen. Okay. Based on the disclosures we've heard from the board concerning partiality and ex parte communication, does any member of the board or any party to this matter have an objection to a board member's participation in this hearing? Hearing none, we'll move forward. Hearing no objections, this hearing can move forward. And who are we still listening? Okay. Could you state your name?
Yeah, of course. Happy to.
Objection. Since this has been a continued hearing, we really think that we need to begin with a summary of where we were at. A lot of these people weren't here the last time. We do have.
I agree wholeheartedly. That's what I was about to ask for from the beginning. Kind of bring us up to date. And if that's okay with you, ma'am, that's what we'll start with. You can give us
Is there a time limit that can be instituted, just recognizing that the petitioner has had ample time to present their evidence in the previous hearing?
What I do plan to be, prodding people to be as brief as possible. Let's listen to a brief summary, so for those who are not here, who are still willing to testify tonight, will know exactly what's been said. So if you could give us a brief summary of what has already occurred, is that what you're going to be doing,
Yes,
sir? Okay.
I want to thank everyone for the time and their efforts and the opportunity for us to proceed on this. We presented over 8 expert witnesses in the last hearing. We have a couple of them have returned. If there's any additional questions on the noise levels, we also have some more exhibits and some clarifications on noise levels compared to like Greensboro and Goldboro and Charlotte and different cities of North Carolina, to give everybody an idea of what we're comparing to. We feel that we've already qualified under the law for what we needed to present for the SUP approval, the 8 expert witnesses, and we submitted 7 factual documents as well. We're particularly interested in making it clear that there will be 500 jobs that we're going to bring to Tarboro, and these jobs will pay a range of $50,000 to $250,000. We're also proposing to pay $11 million a year in property taxes for the town of Tarboro. They want to make capital improvements or whatever they want to do with these revenues is entirely your business. I'm particularly disturbed by the way the mayor recused himself here.
Sir, we're just looking for a summary on what has occurred.
Well, I want our legal attorney to address this because we've just been.
Well, he'd be able to address it at the appropriate time, but right now, I was hoping that you would just stick to just giving us a summary of what you had already presented, so that you get a chance to rebuttal.
When?
In the appropriate time.
When's the appropriate time?
After everybody else
After everybody else
talks.
I got this. I got it, but he can speak and I can object to it, okay? Can't stop a person from opening their mouth. Now listen, well, you're not stopping, sir.
It was me, not you.
I don't care who it is, please.
All right.
Please, let's move forward here. Everybody's gonna get a chance. I'm saying, sir, if you don't have any other summary, then please, we're gonna move forward with the next witness.
Seems a little presidential, but you're the chair.
Right. Thank you very much, sir.
I have some testimony that I've written up that I would like to submit to the record, and so I'll be bringing a few copies. Unfortunately, I don't have enough copies for every single council person, but I'll be sharing some evidence to submit to the record. Here's a copy. Another copy. Another copy. And then I'm also submitting a printout of a website related to one of the companies that is affiliated with the petitioner. So I'll reference that in the course of my remarks, but you can share it around. So first of all, my name is Janelle Wilson. I reside at 3767 Howard Avenue Extension. I thank you for the opportunity to continue my testimony that was at the end of the hearing, the last town meeting. I'd first like to just state for the record that while my professional experience as an energy policy analyst has granted me the expertise to speak on the topics at hand in this special use permit hearing, I am speaking for myself and not on behalf of my employer.
Excuse me, are you asking to be acknowledged as an expert?
I was acknowledged as an expert witness in the last hearing.
Okay, thank you. I have to leave, so thank you very much.
My employer is Rocky Mountain Institute. They are a nonprofit, nonpartisan, international research organization that is focused on the global energy transition. And so many of the matters related to data center electrification and accommodating the load associated with data centers, my company is very expert in. We are also expert related to the matters of hydrogen, which is one of the materials or resources that this data center project is proposing to use as a resource to power its data center. And then finally, on the carbon capture element, my organization also has expertise. So I am here representing my personal expertise on this topic, not my organization. Are there any further questions on that?
And if anybody else comes up and as an expert witness, just reiterate that to the council when you step forward. So I didn't know. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So the purpose of my testimony this evening is to address the developer's claims about the cleanliness and net zero-ness of the project, to provide a greater contextual understanding of the gas supply constraints facing North Carolina, which is a critical factor in the success of this project. And while I am not an expert in the topic of water, I will conclude my testimony with a recommendation for the Town Council's consideration regarding the water impacts associated with this proposed project. So Mr. Schaefer, the project's developer, asserted in his testimony that, and quote, the project will generate and store clean, green energy using natural gas and liquid hydrogen as fuel sources, and our system will remove 130% of the carbon and other pollutants, so that the air surrounding our campus will actually be cleaner than the air throughout the rest of the county, in parentheses, see our booklet on the carbon sponge system, in quote. So in large part, my testimony this evening is focused on the statement made by Mr. Schaefer. First, I'm going to elaborate on the uncertainty of the gas supply in North Carolina. Second, I'm going to touch upon the limitations and nascency of hydrogen as a fuel source for applications in the proposed project.
I'm sorry, objection. These issues are not relevant to the standards in the ordinance.
I'm not.
When you go talk about natural gas,
I'm sorry,
are you a representative of the natural gas?
No, I'm an independent, nonpartisan energy specialist.
This is what a data center pulling natural gas will do to the system. Or you're getting it from another part.
I'm I'm going to be focused on the long-term. One of the questions I think that Councilman Anderson focused on in the last hearing, towards the end of the hearing, was concerns around the supply contracts for gas and the ability to meet the supply that's needed for this data center to fuel the gas generators it plans to use.
I get that, but when you're referring to concern with the usage of natural gas, then
I am here to represent another perspective on the state of the industry related to the supply of natural gas to meet the proposed project's viability.
I have checked, there's no factual data that she's presenting.
I haven't gotten here, sir.
And it's not relevant, it's not stated in the ordinance, this is a condition of the SUP. It's not mature.
Our attorney will have to move on.
Mr. Chairman, you make the final ruling on objections, but the question before council does follow what's in the ordinance, which is related to the application and the standards in the ordinance.
So that would mean what she's saying is relevant?
Correct.
It's up to the mayor to make the decision on objections.
I'm going to be entering evidence specifically related to information that the developer provided in their proposal.
I would like to hear what she has to say, and then you may run your objection. All right, you may go forward, but just keep in mind it has to be what you consider facts.
Everything that is presented in my testimony this evening and that is in the printed out material is based on evidence that I have researched and found out using my expertise and my knowledge of what's going on in the energy sector in North Carolina.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So I was listing off what my testimony will cover before I was interrupted. So I think I have landed on the third point that I will be covering in my testimony is the nascency of the commercial point source carbon capture technology and concerns that I have about the company founders' lack of relevant qualifications in order to substantiate their claims that 130% carbon capture will be possible in this project. So I'm going to start first on the matter related to gas supplies. So gas supply in North Carolina is uncertain right now. The primary source for energy for the proposed data center project is gas-fired turbines, which will provide power to the data center and will charge co-located battery energy storage for backup power. This is a common approach that's being proposed across the country for data center projects. However, in North Carolina, there are limited opportunities to obtain natural gas supply. As proof of this, we can look to the North Carolina Utilities Commission. They oversee and regulate all investor-owned utilities that serve North Carolina, including gas and electric utilities. Duke Energy, the largest investor-owned utility in North Carolina, indicated in their plans for the future of North Carolina's power system in the last carbon plan before the North Carolina Utilities Commission, Duke Energy stated that its natural gas supply met less than half of its current combined cycle design capacity need and less than a quarter of the current gas fleet's historical peak gas burn. What this means in layman's terms?
I'm number one myself. How relevant is what you're saying? I'm really having trouble following. If you could kind of
Summarize your points.
give her kind of the information you're giving right now is about Duke and they're about the gas.
This is evidence. This is evidence of the claim that I am making in my testimony, which is that gas supply in North Carolina is incredibly uncertain. And so the viability of this project to secure enough, this proposed project to secure enough gas capacity to meet their needs, to run a data center 100% of the time, 24/7, 365 days a year, is called into question. And I'm going to use that as evidence to suggest a recommendation to the town council of what you can do next to further consider the legitimacy of this proposal.
Mr. Vice Mayor, she has given no evidence, factual basis as to the uncertainty of gas supplies. She's reading articles. It's not relevant.
I'm citing testimony that's been submitted by the largest investor-owned utility serving North Carolina customers. Duke Energy is the source of all of our electricity in North Carolina. They are also the source, they are the parent company of Piedmont Natural Gas, which is the supplier of gas to our area.
We have not been provided a copy of this.
This is an incredibly complex matter. I'm happy to speak slower and to go into the topics with a little bit more detail, if that would be helpful. This is just a reflection of the fact that this particular project proposal is very technically complex. The only reason I am able to speak to this is because I have been working in this field for 5 years, and I have a master's in energy. So I am here trying to talk about incredibly complex issues that are going to affect the legitimacy and the viability and the economic feasibility, frankly, of this proposed project, which presents risk to Tarboro, North Carolina, the town of Tarboro, if we move forward without fully understanding those risks.
Does anybody have a question?
The only question I have or concerns is you're quoting Piedmont Gas ability without a Piedmont Gas representative. You're telling us factual that what you're saying is true, because I'm just going by what you're reading off of there.
Yeah.
So that'd be more helpful if you have Piedmont rep here.
Agreed, but I'm not the petitioner, and so I don't think it is my burden of proof to submit evidence that Piedmont Natural Gas can supply sufficient energy for this project. It was called into question in the last hearing, and so I believe that it would be the petitioner's burden of proof in order to demonstrate that they have ample supply of gas to meet their project needs.
If I could chime in, I'd like to ask, is there plans for someone from the gas utility or utilities commission to testify for either side?
If I could answer something here, she keeps rambling on and on from top to bottom.
It's not rambling there. Refrain from coming, because you know, it's only the testimony that's going to count. It's not the rules and laws and all those things. So let me just clarify
My
one.
point is that we're talking directly to Piedmont Natural Gas on a regular basis.
My concern would be
Okay.
that they're not, y'all haven't compelled them to come speak on your behalf.
No,
She can't be
I've talked to
considered
them
an expert
directly, so I'm a
witness on
witness.
Piedmont Natural Gas, citing articles. Your testimony on conversations that none of us have heard are equally as illegitimate. We can take that as expert testimony. If you said you've had these conversations, I'm concerned why you would not have them here.
Well, I didn't realize that we were going to be discussing an issue that is not part of the SUP.
It is because the SCP requires that y'all prove you will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property for any reason.
Right.
If you put a significant strain on the gas supply for this entire municipality, that's going to negatively impact.
We made a point of Piedmont that we weren't going to do that, and they won't allow us. That's how the system works.
Can they testify to that before this board so that we
They're
can
doing-
understand what we're voting?
They're doing studies right now to make sure that we don't impact.
Are they completed? Where are the results of those studies? Are they completed?
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back to all of this. I think what I like is to say, okay, you made a statement. That Piedmont has made a statement.
Sir, just to correct the record, this is testimony that the Duke Energy Company has submitted before the North Carolina Utilities Commission in an evidentiary hearing. It's not more rigorous than this, right? So it is testimony that has been rigorously defended by a team of 40+ utility attorneys representing Duke Energy Company.
Okay, what I'm saying is, okay, and they have made that statement. But what facts is, what backs up that statement? What facts do you have? Look, listen now, y'all. What I'm trying to make if they're gonna refute it, they have to have facts to refute it, just as you have the facts, have to have facts to prove it. To say that Duke, and this is what I'm talking about, Duke, made it say that gas supply is.
So if you look at my testimony, I'm citing in footnotes,
Okay.
in all the places.
You can cite, let's give you time to cite specific facts that Duke said to back up their statement.
Correct, so I am citing Duke verified petition for approval of the 2023-2024 Carbon Plan IRP, Appendix K from Duke Energy. I'm also in this section of my testimony regarding the supply of gas in the future outlook in North Carolina from the North Carolina Utilities Commission public staff. The public staff, if no one is aware, they work for the North Carolina Utilities Commission, but they are separate from the North Carolina Utilities Commission, and they intervene before the commission in every single proceeding to represent the interest of the using and consuming public of gas, water, and electricity in North Carolina. So when I reference what Duke Energy has said, I'm referencing sworn testimony entered before the North Carolina Utilities Commission, and I'm referencing also the sworn testimony of public staff representative Blaise Mishna of North Carolina Utilities Commission.
Okay.
So if I may continue.
Continue.
Okay.
I will note the objection, you have a chance to speak later on that matter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So just to elaborate on the uncertainty of gas supply to North Carolina in the future, the only gas line, the only gas transmission line, meaning the only way that we get gas from where it is pulled up from the earth and then brought to North Carolina, it is transmitted via gas pipelines. And the only gas pipeline serving North Carolina right now is the Transcontinental Gas Pipeline Corporation, also known as Transco. This pipeline is fully subscribed and oftentimes constrained, which means that all of the gas that is coming off of this pipeline is fully contracted to wholesale suppliers and companies that have already purchased that gas. This means that there is no additional supply to purchase. So this is from the transmission supplier. This is the supplier of this is the really big gas transmission lines supplying North Carolina. So over the past decade in North Carolina, natural gas demand has outpaced increases in 2024 that have changed the scope, the length, and the design of the proposed pipeline project. So this project has many regulatory and developed hurdles left to cross before it becomes a viable source of natural gas for the state. Again, the reference for this is the sworn testimony of Blaise Mishna, the North Carolina Public Utilities Commission. So it is therefore reasonable to conclude that the gas supply and the certainty of gas supply to meet the demands of a significant new data center in eastern North Carolina is reasonably called into question. So my recommendation is that the town council might require the petitioner to first bring in evidence and submit it to the record that they will have significant supply of gas that, to Councilman Anderson's point, will not negatively impact the supply of gas to other customers in Tarboro. So that concludes. That concludes one part of my testimony. I also wanted to speak to two other matters related to hydrogen and carbon capture technologies. So hydrogen is one of the other resources or fuels cited by one of the ways that they would power the generators, the data center on site. But it is important for this body to understand that there are no commercial gas generators that run on a blend of hydrogen and gas anywhere in the United States. So the assertion that the project developer has made that this project will generate and store energy using natural gas and liquid hydrogen, I just want to clarify that there are no gas generators in commercial operations that run on 100% hydrogen fuel. And moreover, it has only been proven in research settings that generation units can run on a blend of hydrogen and natural gas. So this has not been done at a commercial level yet. So I think it's highly improbable that the hydrogen would even be available, even if there were examples of commercially viable projects that have used hydrogen. According to the public staff of the North Carolina Utilities Commission, there are no utility-scale hydrogen marketplace or distribution relied upon for electric generation, heat content blending projects by natural gas local distribution companies. So bottom line here, this is getting complex really quickly, but there's no precedent or standard for hydrogen transportation via pipeline. This is an area of significant, they're doing a lot of research and investment into how to, first of all, then how to transmit it across the country. The federal government has invested $7 billion in 7 hydrogen hubs across the country. There is not one located close to North Carolina. The closest hydrogen hub that is still in the planning phases, and is multi-year planning phase, is located in West Virginia. So I just want to say hydrogen has become a topic of much discussion in the energy industry in recent years due to its potential for clean energy production. But since while there's a lot of promise to avoid carbon emissions related to hydrogen, and it's exciting, it's still many years away. So there, I just want to say that while this project is valiant, that the developers are saying, eventually we want to use hydrogen. But I don't think that's something we should, as a town, if we're evaluating this proposal on its merits and its assertions that it will be carbon neutral, we cannot take that at face value. So to further elaborate on that, I want to turn your attention to the matter of carbon capture technology and the assertions made by the project petitioner related to the Carbon Sponge Company. So first and foremost, the assertion that their technology, the carbon sponge technology, can capture 130% of emitted carbon. This is an unsupported claim by anywhere in the literature. The most effective point source carbon capture technologies available today only capture 90 to 95% of the carbon emitted. So right now, the claim that 130% carbon that's emitted by the facility could be captured is, I think, spurious at best.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You mentioned that 130%. It's been a long time since I was in school, but when you had 100% of something, you had it all. Right? How do you get 130%?
So what their technology purports to do is not only be a point source capture mechanism for the carbon that is emitted from the gas generator located on site, but they're also saying that their technology has the ability to also direct air capture from the environment to capture additional carbon. So that's what I think they're saying, is that they do point source capture as well as direct air capture. They're blending 2 different technologies here into one. Yes?
And didn't you say, correct me if I'm wrong, last month there were other byproducts other than carbon, CO2?
Correct.
Can you expand on that at all?
Yes, so traditionally when we produce energy through the use of fossil fuels, which natural gas is a fossil fuel, what's emitted, there are a lot of byproducts that are emitted, one of which is carbon, CO2. Others include particulate matter at different levels. There's larger particulate matter, there's smaller particulate matter, PM 2.5 you might have heard of. But those other pollutants can be negatively impact the health of human beings and the ecosystem around it.
And does the carbon sponge take those products out as well?
So this is one of the things I'm going to make in a later point. I actually I was unable to find any information or documentation about the technology that Carbon Sponge Company purports to have. But typically carbon capture is separate from the mechanisms that exist to capture other other pollutants from the environment, and those would be regulated through the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. Yeah. So they would, I presume that this project and the petitioner would be working to get the appropriate approvals for being a point source emitter of pollution with the state. So I'm not really touching on that in my testimony tonight. But this sort of is a good segue to the point I wanted to make, that I wasn't able to find any evidence that the Carbon Sponge company that is affiliated with energy storage systems in this project proposal has successfully deployed their technology on a commercial project anywhere to date. There is limited Google research results when you enter in Carbon Sponge company. You don't find any results related to this company, but given the materials that were provided to the town council with their application, I was able to find their website. That is the 2-page PDF that I printed out and shared with Councilman Pitt. So if you look at that website, you'll see that there's no information provided, there's no menu, there's no information about the founders of the company. There's simply a form to join the wait list to find out more information. And so this is concerning to me that I'm not able to find any research in the literature, the academic literature, substantiating this company's claims to capture 130% of the carbon emitted. I'm also not able to find any information about the company anywhere or proof that they have any projects anywhere.
Could you repeat that statement? What did you say?
Yes.
Just the last sentence.
I was not able to find any evidence that the company has demonstrated proof of their technology on any commercial project anywhere to date. So it's an unproven, I believe that it's an unproven company, to the best of my knowledge, that is affiliated with making this project a net zero or clean, green project. And I use quotes there because a lot of projects purport to be clean and green, but what I've been unable to find is any evidence that this would actually be a clean and green project. The other thing that's important to know about carbon capture technologies is that when you install a point source carbon capture technology on any generator, it reduces the efficiency of the generator by 50%. So it means, in function, that to run the point source carbon capture technology on this gas generator, it's going to double their need or their demand for gas to power the generator. They'll have to create double the amount of energy in order to capture the carbon to make it carbon neutral. So it further exacerbates the concerns I was outlining earlier in my testimony when I was saying, oh, how are we going to get enough gas for this project? But now we're talking about doubling the gas use of this project in order to capture the carbon. And finally, I just want to, I think I've already sort of intimated my concerns about the legitimacy of this company, given that there's nothing in the academic literature, nothing in the research that suggests that their technology exists, that they are a company, that they can capture 130% technology. But when I was reviewing the company's materials Carbon Sponge submitted, along with the petitioner, I took the liberty of looking into the academic backgrounds of the individuals who are listed as co-founders for the project. There are 3 co-founders listed with the Carbon Sponge company. And this is not said in any sort of disrespect about the individuals associated. But their backgrounds did not indicate that they have any of the academic or professional experience that is relevant for a company that is developing such a technical technology. Requires a lot of technical expertise. So, to develop a carbon capture technology, you would expect to see degrees in chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, environmental engineering, material science, or chemistry, all of which would be an important educational underpinning in order to develop this technology. I looked into two of the three co-founders, Mr. J.T. Reynolds, who was one of the expert witnesses in the last hearing, and Mr. Karsten Gauslaw. Both of these individuals, from my review of their LinkedIn and their professional background, neither of these individuals has the background or the expertise that gives me confidence that this company is legitimate and the technological assertions they're making can be trusted. I'll pause there for a second. So this concludes the portion of my remarks related to the energy potential, the viability of the energy associated with the required for this data center project. And so I want to just emphasize for the town.
Before, just still on energy, if you finish that part, I'd just like to ask any board member has any question regarding the energy aspect. Please ask now.
Not for this particular witness.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to remind council the companies are not on trial. It's a matter of the use of the land in the proposed projects. Just be aware of bias there.
Thank you. You may go.
Okay, thank you. Ultimately, I think the thing that I want to underscore is that there's a few risks to this town, I think, associated with the concerns that I've enumerated this evening. One is that the economic burden of approving a project and the stranded assets associated if this project is unrealized, or the economic benefits and tax revenues associated with it are unrealized because of the lack of legitimacy or economic viability of the proposed project. And I just have some concerns about that and would encourage the town to consider engaging with a consultant who is experts in data centers to represent the town's interest a little bit more fulsomely in this regard. And then finally, I just say, this is, any project that comes to town under the auspices of being clean and green, I hope that we would uphold that organization proposing such a project to a high standard, and the expectation that they actually are legitimately clean and green. And my concern is with this project is that there will be a lot of additional point source emissions, pollution and carbon that I do not think will be captured or appropriately accounted for. So we risk introducing a really polluting organization into our community that will have negative health impacts for those who live in the surrounding area. Finally, I just want to conclude my remarks. I'm not a water expert. However, I'm at liberty to have conversations outside of this hearing with other stakeholders. I have had conversations with other stakeholders who are more familiar and are expert with the management of this town's water resources. From these conversations, I have reason to believe that the town of Tarboro's water treatment...
By the same token, we have to give them the same level of respect. As people have to testify, we can't just take secondhand conversations.
I would like to make a recommendation to the town related to I totally agree. You can't take me on my word, especially since I'm not an expert in this area. I just want to represent that there's reason to believe that the town doesn't actually have sufficient water supply based on the conversations I've had. So what I would like to urge the town to consider doing is to, before granting a special use permit, I encourage the town council to request the public works director or the manager of Tarboro's water treatment plant to write a report including the assessment of 1, the town's water supply system, current treatment, storage, and supply capacity. 2, the sufficiency of these systems' ability to supply the necessary quantity of water for the proposed project. 3, any risks to the town that would be associated with this endeavor. And 4, any indication of what would need to be true in order to supply sufficient water for this project, for a project of this magnitude, without imposing significant risk to the town of Tarboro. And I just want to call all of your attention to the fact that Executive Order 24 was signed by North Carolina Governor Josh Stein on September 2nd, 2025, that relates to a topic that's very germane to this proceeding. In that executive order, the governor officially acknowledged the, end quote, uncertainty around AI systems and their associated energy and water needs is creating new challenges for how North Carolina can maintain an adequate and reliable electricity and water supply while not unfairly raising costs for ratepayers or leaving North Carolinians responsible for the cost of unnecessary or underutilized infrastructure. I just want to emphasize that the concerns I've been raising are being echoed in our governor's executive order issued last week. In the same order, Governor Stein created the North Carolina AI Leadership Council and designated them with the responsibility to assess the energy and water consumption and environmental impacts of added AI infrastructure in North Carolina. And so I urge the town to consider waiting until more is known about this very nascent and emergent industry before approving a project of this magnitude and uncertainty of impact. I also would like to add the recommendation that hiring an expert who is understanding of the technical and environmental impacts associated with a data center and the benefits and drawbacks, who can advise the town on this project if it proceeds, or on setting policies that conform how the town approaches future similar projects, would be highly prudent. Thank you so much for your time.
Does any board member have any questions for this witness? Does any party wish to cross-examine the witness? Hearing none? Any additional expert testimony?
My name is Stephen Redditch, I live at 900 St. Andrew Street, Tarboro. I'm also the owner of a business that's located on 3006 Anaconda Road, Madam Warcraft, directly across from the Sheriff's Department. I'm also a retired licensed professional civil structural engineer. And I must say, it's kind of hard to follow up after a testimony, so but I'll try to do my best. I'm here to ask a series of questions, not so much to present or dispute facts previously presented or discussed. Rather, I'm focusing on contingency plans and disaster preparedness in the event of a water shortage. Given my business is the wood manufacturing, water is a key element in the event of a fire, whether it be on-site in our factories. We are all aware of the huge water requirement required for the safe operation of the data center. Yet are we prepared in the event that water is not available or supply is limited and rationed? Councilman Taylor, I want to thank you for your prayer earlier for rain. I'm hoping we may not need it in the future.
Grass needs it.
But has the town developed or considered contingency plans in the event of the following scenarios? A power loss to the water treatment facility, a malfunction or catastrophic failure at the water treatment plant, a temporary shutdown. What would these events cause to the water supply for businesses, industries, and residences in the town in the event that the data center is not supplied with water for its cooling purposes? What about the event of a drought or other causes that limit the water available in the Tar River? Specifically the following, which we have experienced in the past. Under a drought or limited water availability, does the data center take priority over other businesses
or industries and residential consumers. Under drought conditions, will the data center deplete the local groundwater? If in a drought, will the fire department have sufficient water available to service calls without affecting other businesses? And under such heightened demand and strain, will the effect of lack of water or lack of water pressure affect the stability of the data center and its cooling requirements? Since we're downstream from Rocky Mount, will Rocky Mount's current and future water requirements adversely affect our future availability? So, speaking of volume, its treatment is one question, and water availability to me is the other. We've had industries in the past that taxed our water availability and ultimately were canceled because of that requirement. Not so much treatment, but is there water available, especially under extreme conditions, which we have experienced in the past. Additionally, have you discussed water rates for the data center? Will they receive a preferential rate that's lower than others? And lastly, have you discussed any regulatory actions that will monitor the water usage, such as WUE, which is a water usage effectiveness? It's a metric for gauging the water usage and kilowatts per hour consumed. So will you as a town have a minimum acceptable value for this metric? Will the data center be required to report this metric monthly? Are they maintaining it? Do you have any incentives to reduce the value or consumption of water and the requirements to meet this demand? In summary, I'm asking the town to consider these questions, explore contingency plans, and make an informed decision that will not adversely affect existing and future businesses, industries, and residential development. Thank you.
My name is Donaldine Mandeli. I live at 1101 St. David Street. I've been a resident in Tarboro for 20 years. I don't have any expert testimony, but I do have serious concerns. I have witnessed and been around data centers before, here and abroad. There are four things.
Before you continue, and you all forgive me, I wasn't expecting to do this tonight, so do you have standing in the matter in terms of your relationship and proximity, or any particular standing to be able to speak?
Well, I'm a resident in Tarboro and I have concerns.
I don't.
Did I need to be an expert?
No, not an expert, but I think you're required to at least be within those who are required to be notified. Is that what we'll check?
Yeah, standing is not available to all the citizens of the town. That's correct.
What does that mean? I have to go sit down?
It will be up to council and the mayor whether to allow you to proceed, but caution council.
Okay, evidence of standing may include proximity to the subject property, damage to property values, and secondary impacts on the requested development. So that's what standing is. So unless you're within the proximity of the area, and so it's not open up to everybody. So that's.
So my concerns are not relevant at this time.
Unless, before you step down, hold on just a minute. Before you step down, I would ask the council if they would like to hear testimony. You do give it up to everybody.
If it's not going to be able to be considered in our decision,
Right.
That's who you're doing.
I understand. I understand.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your understanding.
Explain proximity.
Permitting such testimony could give grounds for appeal of the council decision.
Right. And I think if we did that, we'd have to let everybody.
Correct.
So, let me just remind everybody, this quasi-judicial thing is so cumbersome, so difficult. So, new, and this is the process that's been changed. We used to do conditional permission, but now it's really, you have to be real strict. So, where are we now? Well, we still listen to, any more expert testimony before we go to any other witnesses?
I got a question about that. May I come forward?
Yes, sir. Yeah, what's your question, sir? You also have standing before you?
I believe I do.
Okay.
My name is Vincent Richards. I reside at 1209 Chauncey Drive, Tarboro, North Carolina. Don't want to say this, but I'm 76 years old. I've lived in this town for 71 years.
That's not within the area.
I'm not. I didn't come up here to toot my horn.
Is proximity to the thing the only thing that is required?
No.
Language.
I'm only asking for my 5 minutes. I'm not asking to testify as an expert witness. But I have testified in federal court once, and I have testified in Superior Court twice on real estate matters. So maybe I am an expert, maybe I'm not. Y'all make that decision.
Okay, let's
I want to read. I want to give you some facts. I want to give you some facts.
For the record, could you give the council a little bit more of your background to qualify you as an expert?
I have been selling farmland and timberland in North Carolina for 50 years. I have sold property from Dare County to Davie County. If you want to come to my office and see 50 years worth of files, I'll be glad to show them to you.
I think you qualify as an expert.
On property values. Okay.
I'm not here to talk about property values, but if you want me to talk about property values, I will. I want to read what's on one sheet of paper,
You be able to ask the question.
which is going to be, it's something that we can all understand. I'm not even going to tell you whether I'm opposed or for the project. That was going to be my opening statement. But I just want to give you some facts. I can get my glasses out. You may have legally met your obligation to put the public on notice. I'm going to read that again. You may have legally met your obligation to put the public on notice. That does not make it right. Howard Avenue entrance, if you call that an entrance, 24 inches by 18 inches in size. About twice the size of this legal pad. You cannot read them at 45 miles per hour. The speed limit is 55 miles an hour. If you do stop to read them, nothing is mentioned on that sign about a data center. Let's say that you do want to look at the property. When you leave the highway right of way, you are trespassing. There's a no trespassing sign immediately to the left of the signs that the town posted. So, if a citizen wants to go look at the property, he's got to break the law. That's fact. The sign's up there. The no trespassing sign states very plainly, trespassing for any purpose is strictly forbidden.
I appreciate what you're saying, but it's not relevant.
It's very relevant, sir.
If I may finish, it's not.
May I finish?
That's all I'm trying to say. It's not testimony that we can consider what's before us. You know,
These are all facts.
It may be fact, but I don't think they can
All right.
consider it, so, I'm saying, unless you're gonna speak on the area of your expertise.
I'm speaking on the area of my
I'm
expertise.
talking about land value.
Last time I checked, 52 acres was real estate.
But I'm saying you're talking about signs, and I'm saying it's not relevant.
You let me finish, sir. All right, forget about the sign. Forget about the sign. You have to go through 2 different property owners to get to this property. I would assume that if y'all want to vote on a site, that you would like to be knowledgeable where it is, what it looks like, and what it is. It is over 3,000 feet from the road to get to this property. I am a professional real estate person, and I dare say not the majority of this board and staff cannot take you to this property. I had to bring out my phone and check on Landglide to find out where the property was and where the property lines are. Furthermore, you do not have one sign, one survey tape, one piece of evidence showing anybody where this 52 acres is. And I've been out there as recently as this morning. So how can you vote on something when a lot of you people have never even seen it? You've never even seen it. It's totally landlocked. Unless you flew a drone or an airplane over it, you hadn't seen it. And so, I just don't think the town has been transparent in this whole situation.
Mr. Bridges, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes, sir. Want me to come back up here?
If you would.
Yeah.
A little less shouting, maybe. I think the board, based on the experience that you talked about, could recognize you as an expert in land value, or possibly, I don't know about commercial homes, or I know you built homes and sold homes. Question that kind of looms in the back of my mind. Homes and or properties that may be for sale in this general area. Question I have is real simple. Should it be disclosed to potential buyers that a data center is being considered to put in this area? Should that be disclosed to any potential home or land buyer?
I've actually been a licensed broker for 75 years, and you asked a good question. Without question, that should be exposed to any potential buyer. And if there's another real estate broker in here, they can substantiate that.
Thank you. That was my question. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Moore.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to make a comment was, you talked about the signs. They're the same signs we use on every piece of land that we have a special use permit. None of them that we've ever posted, I've ever seen, give any indication of what the need is about. It's just letting you know that there is a need.
I'm gonna disagree with you about the size of the sign.
Well, I don't know about the size, I'll just talk about it.
You had another public here, the last time I was up here before y'all, the sign was about 4 times that big.
Let me tell you, I am familiar with the property because, was it last year or 2 years ago, we looked at that same farm.
Well, I love to take a poll, and how many of you people have seen it? I mean, been on the ground. Because it's one big soybean field out there that's owned by at least 3 different owners. And if you could tell me where the property lines are, I would be shocked.
Are there any further questions?
Yes,
Do you find that, the data center would impact property values of neighboring properties?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like to answer that question. I'll say this, it ain't gonna help.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Before you, is there any other part you'd like to ask, Mr. Bridges, any questions before you retire? Okay, you would like?
Yes. I'd like to find out, I understand you're a real estate broker with many years' experience. Are you a certified appraiser?
I am not.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you may go ahead.
Okay, I'm Cindy Coker. I have lived here for 44 years. We have a 10-acre piece of property that abuts this, data center.
We do have standing.
Yes, sir.
You have been sworn.
Thank you, sir. I'm retired from Edgecombe County as the assessor. And with those duties, I have to be certified. I was a certified property manager, a certified appraiser for real estate, and a certified business person for property appraiser.
Noted.
So I can talk a little bit about taxes.
Can we consider an expert, or you are considered an expert?
Okay.
In that area.
Chad, my question, are you also testifying as an affected party?
Yes, sir, I am.
How do we handle that?
Let me proceed, she qualifies under both categories.
Okay, you may proceed.
I'd like to talk to you about valuation, taxes, traffic, but I'm not an expert in traffic, but I can say 500 employees going down McNeil Road, Howard Avenue, in front of the school, Anaconda Road. There will be a big impact. Our road is not, it's a state maintained road, and I don't remember the last time it has been resurfaced or taken care of. So that might be a concern. It will injure the integrity of the roads with that many construction vehicles and employees. As far as taxes are concerned, I looked at the proposal and I noticed that I don't think you're gonna get as much taxes as they have proposed on their sheet. I know the real estate part will not. The schedule values have been set. They were set in 2024 when our revaluation took place. And that schedule values will not change for 8 years. Yes, sir. And they also have adopted it's a schedule for business personal property that the Department of Revenue sets the schedule for all the counties, using like depreciation schedules and that sort of thing, using cost and depreciating value. As far as the effect of the value on my property and the surrounding property, I think it will be a significant injury to the value based on the impact of environmental contamination due to the noise, the storm water runoff. The footprint that this project, I mean, it looks like it takes up the whole 52 acres, paving the buildings and all the other stuff that's involved in it. I know it has a 3-acre retention basin, but the runoff from those buildings, it's gonna hit my property. We have wells. I don't want my wells contaminated. We also have ditch that divides our property from our family's property. We cross a ditch. Well, that ditch runs all the way down, and it's behind everybody's property practically till you get to the county's water and sewer department. When it rains, when you have a good, nice, solid, all day long, maybe a few good rains, that water backs up into our property, all of us' property. So it floods. And I'm talking about an inch rain. So if the runoff is gonna increase from, the stormwater runoff is gonna increase because of it's not gonna go in the land, because it's gonna run off the buildings, and it's gonna creep the ditch, and it's gonna come our way. Because it runs from the water and sewer to our property. Comes down towards us, north to south. I also have something for you. There's a petition that we had 777 signatures. I did want to mention a little bit about noise. I have a decibel thing in my phone, and LS has been behind us since in the 90s, and they were there when the flood happened, so yeah, it was the 90s. They're a little noisy, so I hear the hum of them, and it's not a 365 days a year. I get some relief from this hum, and the hum's not as bad as what I didn't think it was. But I collected the data on my phone, and I did it. This one is September 1st. The peak, and this is just standing on my back deck in the backyard, was 80.8 decibels. And I did this because I was going to do it today, but the wind was blowing and the leaves were making too much noise, so I didn't think that would be a good example. This is one day that there was no wind blowing, so it didn't have the leaves making noise. And then,
Can I ask a question? So that's not a steady.
no, sir, it is not. Thank goodness.
I'm just kidding.
I wouldn't be able to communicate.
Is that reading from DBA or DBC?
DBA.
DBA.
Yeah. And the other one I have, the peak, which is the DBC, was 94.7, but the I guess the average was 61.4. And I know sometimes they have the beeping noises for backing up, and it's annoying. I don't know if y'all hear out your way. I did want to mention that I found the GIS map for and I measured from the property line to Woods, Summerfield, just in that direction. And it's only 4,000 and some feet from there. That's pretty close. And another thing, I have all this stuff in my brain, and I tried to get it organized, but I can't. I get too stressed out. 100 feet setback from my property line to the building side is too small. I know in other towns, New Hill is one, Apex. I think their minimum setback for this kind of project is 500 feet. Just a suggestion. Mainly family, the Baker family has lived on this property, was passed it down over the seventh great grandfather. And he died in 1748. So we know he got married before then, but that's when he died, and he lived in Edgecombe County, and the property has been passed on since. And we're the last of the Cokers, and the property's gotten smaller. That's 277 years that the Cokers have had this property, or this area farm. I know it's gotten smaller over the years, but that's all I really got to say.
Got a couple of questions, Ms. Cindy.
Thank you for your testimony.
And I do recognize you're an expert in the tax field. You mentioned what currently that land was, I guess, assessed at during the last reevaluation. But is it not also possible that if the county, if this was approved, that the county could do an incentive and reduce that tax value? Could they reduce the tax value of the property, in other words, lowering the actual taxes that would need to be paid?
For what?
For that piece of property that the AI Center is proposed for? As an incentive, they could.
Yes, the county can do it as well.
That's what I said, the county. Because what the county does is what reflects
We
on
reflect,
what we
on y'all.
collect as well.
That's right.
And I do appreciate you mentioning the other streets in my subdivision. I get nailed a lot of times because I talk about Pine Street. I live on Pine Street. It's the middle of the ward. But I know that there's Williamsburg, I know there's Lewis Street, I know there's Summerfield Drive, Colony, Canterbury, a number of streets. Now, I won't tell you I know them all, but then my newest section of the ward is Walker Street and Crampton Street. So, again, I do appreciate you mentioning the fact of what that small amount of distance is. And I mentioned, I think during the first meeting, that if you took Howard Avenue and McNair Road and Anaconda Road and then came down Western Boulevard, and I guess that's where Western Boulevard came in, Mr. Burnett, but we're like on a big island. If we were surrounded by water, if those roads were a river, we'd be on an island, which means that
It's gonna affect everybody in that.
on that island.
I call it.
But I appreciate your
You made me think of something else, if I could have money. I counted up the souls around this piece of property. And when I say souls, I mean animals as well, because of the animal shelter that's going up. The capability of it having 120 animals in there. So I counted as well. So there's like 700.
Did you count the inmates at the jail?
700 people that actually touch this piece of property that they want to put together. You've got the sheriff's department. You've got LS. Remind me, I got something to say about that too. You got Madam across the street. You've got the inmates. You've got the water and sewer department. And you got all the neighbors all around this. Plus you've got all the beautiful birds. I've had an eagle on my property. I would like to see more eagles on my property. But getting back to LS, I know they have proposed to do a 200 million, then a 400 million. Is that what it is? And then, I don't know about Sarah Lee, if they were gonna put in a new line or something, I'm not too sure. Or have the availability, be able to do, an expansion of development for the future. I think their resources would be limited.
I have a question regarding the propagating enhancement. You said you were in appraisals.
I was the assessor for the assessment.
Okay,
And I was
do you feel,
certified.
do you feel that it will impact the property?
I think it will have a negative impact.
You also said you disagree with their numbers for the,
Look, I don't disagree with them. I think that some of the things that they may add to their total to get the tax, the total amount of taxes, I think a lot of it is going to be not usable to be able to calculate their taxes.
I don't,
For
explain
example,
that to me a little bit better.
Okay. Like site work, it's not taxable.
And then their plan, they do have this tax.
I believe they do, yeah, they do. So, I mean, that's,
Tax credits.
yeah. That was not part of the tax.
That's what
Oh, I'm
I was
sorry.
asking, what percentage do you think that taxes that
Well, I can't really say a definite, but they're saying, for the first year, I believe is the first year is $1,090,000 in taxes. And then, I guess the second year, or the next phase, so we don't know what year that's gonna be. Well, let me say this. If they don't start this year, and they start January, February next year, there's zero taxes. The first year.
That's because they have to be in place January the 1st.
That's true, Lee.
That's right. But I mean, the presentation of it made it appear that you're gonna get taxes the first year.
any more questions? Anybody?
Thank you, Ms. Cook.
No.
I have a challenge, and I think it's going to be for you, Mr. Denton. My name is Jean Anderson Nash. I have a manager of environmental safety and health certificate, in North Carolina, Plano, and I do work as a safety manager for Anaconda. That's not really why I'm here. Do I have standing as a person who has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours as a volunteer at the Tarboro Animal Shelter and at Vegetable Animal Shelter, knowing that there's going to be a brand new animal shelter like the next time? So, question for you.
Your expertise in regard to animals or
I think you can, I'm not sure unless I was a veterinarian or a vet tech, that I could really, I don't know where you get an expert. I have talked to a vet, and I have looked online and tried to do some research.
if you work in the shelter
But I have worked in the shelter, not as a paid,
as a volunteer.
but as a volunteer.
And
So I feel like I'm an expert in looking and assessing those animals and seeing the stress, and you guys have to decide that, I guess, whether it will be admitted or not admitted.
I think she has standing.
I agree.
Okay. I do have a question on Councilman Brown. Can you disclose any of the numbers that you were able to grasp at Prince Edward? And I don't know if you can do that.
We do have prior testimony alluding to the proposed noise levels that
What effect a certain level of noise will have on animals?
Well, not a lot. There's not a lot out there that I can find. I mean, you can read lots of scholarly articles, but things we're looking at, we can talk about decibel that is proposed to be a 60 decibel site. I know as a mesh a manager of environmental safety and health, that my people at work have to, and we have a solid hearing program. If noise levels exceed 85 decibels in an 8-hour workday, then they've got to have hearing protection. My vet sent me an article that stated dogs they're impacted the same way, in that their inner ear is affected in the same way that humans. Certainly, it's the stress level, which is, again, hard to find a lot of solid hard facts about that. We do know, of course, that dogs are a lot more sensitive to higher frequency sounds, which sometimes are emitted from data centers, But I think mostly what we hear about from data centers are the low frequency sounds that travel, they're longer wavelengths and they travel greater distances. Consequently, a lot of y'all have probably seen the YouTube video from Williston in North Dakota, where a news reporter was standing right outside of a data center with his dosimeter, taking readings before a noise mitigation wall was built, and the residents in the nearby neighborhood were complaining. They said the 24/7 constant hum was stressful and very hard to live with. So this noise mitigation wall was built, and he came back, that same reporter, took dosimeter readings in the same location, and the sound wall did nothing. It did not change his numbers. Now again, that could be different at a different location. It could be different with a different wall. But we know that low frequency sounds travel through a lot of barriers. So I'm here because I think that if the shelter was there first, and we poured millions in this shelter, I think adding stress onto already stressed animals is wrong and inhumane. I think it harms us, because why are we going to put millions into a state-of-the-art animal shelter and then negate all that? It basically means that we don't care, and that's not who we want to be. We don't want to pour millions into a brand new shelter facility. What I'm speaking to mostly. Again, I am concerned about noise levels at my plant, because I don't know what I don't know. And I can read about decibel levels ranging from 60 to 90. I know when my fellows have to have hearing protection, if they're in an 8-hour day exposed to 85 decibels or more. How do I know what it's going to be in my plant? How do I know what it's going to be in the animal shelter? We know that the wind comes from that direction. Again, this is totally different, and y'all can stop me if I'm out of bounds. I'm a farmer's daughter, and I think all farmers are stakeholders. We get our water from the Tar River, and if you look at the Tar River during drought times, you can walk across it without getting your feet wet. So farmers have to use that water to irrigate their crops. I think that's a huge economic impact and risk for our area. The town of Tarboro doesn't own the tar. We get mad, at Rocky Mountain. So when you hear how much water the town of Tarboro can supply, of course we're talking about taking it and also treating it, 6 million, and how much we use, I think it's 3 million, and how much the data center needs, 2 million. We go, oh, we got $1 million wiggle room there. But we're not taking into consideration the farmers who need water. Things in the county that require water. It's important for us to think about Ephesians 5:15, and then I'll hush. Look carefully then how you walk, not as unwise, but wise. We got a lot of questions to answer, I think. Thank you. And
thank you. Are there any questions on this witness? Thank you very much. Yes. Questions for the witness.
Is the amount of water that the farmers use, that's in the millions of gallons?
I looked
And
at,
that's not just from the tar river, that's from Fishing Creek, Swift Creek, Town Creek, Deep Creek, Canita Creek.
exactly. I looked on the US, Geological Survey site, and the most recent number, was from 2015, so it's old data, but at that time, agricultural 0.44 million gallons a day of surface.
I live at 331 Washburn Lane, Tarboro, North Carolina. I don't know if you consider me an expert or not, but I think I'm just as expert as anybody that's come up here. Yes.
And you have standing, sir. You may.
Yes, I do. And, you know, I've heard a lot of testimony from everybody for and against. Like my wife said, this parcel of land has been in my family 277 years. And if you look at that map, the south border is basically my property. I don't want a building like this in my backyard, and these people can say whatever they want to. Oh, yeah, I moved. No, they wouldn't. I can tell you that right now. You think they're going to move? What would they do if somebody decided to put it in their backyard? That's my question. And you're talking about water. I have well water. And yes, I've done a little study on the internet. And yes, people who live beside these IT plants, their well water gets contaminated. And what we're going to do, if the water gets contaminated, I can't drink my water, I can't take a shower. If this bill is passed, are y'all going to guarantee me that if this happens, that y'all want to supply me water, and if the value of my land drops because of this, y'all want to reimburse me the value of my property as well as anybody else that lives near this site? I'm not a rich man, never have been, never will be, but I got values, and I took an oath to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. And it should apply to the ones who want to put this facility next to my property. I don't think they're telling the truth. They're far from it. Water supply, it's going to mess up the aquifers in the land. And what do y'all want to do if you have another hurricane forward come through here and you ain't got no water? You're going to let this. Y'all have a lot of decisions to make. And I hope y'all have done your homework, because the ones that have spoke tonight have done their homework. And I have health issues. I'm worried about environmental problems that this can cause, the carbon deal. And they say, oh yeah, it's going to be great. But they haven't built one. The expert who talked about it, he's not built one. So in my eyes, he's not an expert. You're an expert when you put your hands on it and you go out there and do it. That's when you're an expert. You can have all the degrees you want, but that don't make you an expert. Common sense is more of an expert than any degree around here. And that's what this is going to take. Common sense. And I want to close because
it just frustrates me to hear all of this, I object, I object. I don't have the money to hire a lawyer. Not going to hire a lawyer. Because I hope that you, councilwomen, councilmen, can come up with a decision that's going to be the best for the town of Tarboro and Edgecombe County. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Is anyone else here to speak?
I'll speak briefly. My name is Kevin Wilson. I'm 3767 Howard Avenue, but my business is on McNair Road, Oak Grove Retreat, 3244 McNair Road. We are 8/10 of a mile from the site of this plant. We already had issues in conducting retreats and different kinds of things, events that we have on our property. There's sound always coming from Highway 64. It's much worse in the winter when the leaves are off the trees. But we have trucks all day long, and now more and more on McNair Road. Fine, because we can't carry on conversations in our chapel when those trucks are going by. Now, with this construction that's going to take place over a long period of time, that heavy-duty truck traffic is going to quadruple. And we're listed on Airbnb. We're listed on HIP Camp, so I have people that come and camp. We always send people to tour the town of Tarboro. It's something they need to do when they're here. We encourage them to go to local restaurants. The one complaint we hear routinely is the noise from trucks. We can't help it, but that affects our ability as a tourism site. A tourism site that gets 400 to 500 people a year. Not from Tarboro, I'll guarantee you. They're coming from. And if we have this kind of sound, what we do in the way we do it now. For, I think I heard 12 possible years of the construction of this, plus 500 cars or 500 people, employees coming off of 64 every day. That's a lot of noise. And I'm not just speaking into that for our place, but you got to remember, there are about 4 or 5 churches within this same circle, diameter from them, that are going to have to deal with that noise every Sunday morning. There's a school that's just a little bit outside of that, but it's within the mile radius, a major charter school. And these are sounds that are going to be affecting that. No matter what they say, 60 decibels is a lot of sound when it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year with no break. And I think that alone needs to be considered as much as water, the power sources, and everything else, because it affects the tourism ability for a town like Tarboro, which depends on tourism, and we're designed for tourism. So if we can't bring people in a positive way and have something, then what else is Tarboro going to be about? That's all I'm going to say.
Any questions for this witness?
Okay.
I'm very nervous, I'm sorry. I've never done this ever in my life. The only time I've ever stood up for anyone was for my child, okay? To the Tarboro Town Council, my name is Sherry Baker. I live on McNair Road, and this will be my neighbor. I am presenting to you a petition that I personally started opposing the request from Energy Solutions and the data center for a special use permit to bring their business to Tarboro. There are only 120 signatures on this petition saying no to this request. I would have garnered more signatures if I wasn't told by many, and I do mean many people, that they didn't know what I was talking about. The community is not aware of what's happening. Transparency has been zero. Here's the petition. If they told me they didn't know, then I said, well, please don't sign the petition, because I only want people that are definitely opposed to this to sign my petition, okay? I did, however, ask them to please do their research on what a data center would bring to Tarboro. That was the end of it. I never pressured or pushed anyone to sign. I personally started this petition before the online petition got started. So after that online petition got started, I just kind of quit asking, okay? I feel like if people had been more aware of what it brings to our lovely community, that we would have people here in droves tonight. You wouldn't even be able to get in this building because so many are opposed to this situation. I guess I am okay with this because I live next door to this, okay? I personally have a lot to say about this request to the council, but I've been told that my personal opinion doesn't matter. I sincerely hope that the opinions of the signatures of these petitions will matter to the council, considering y'all are supposed to be doing what is right for the people that you represent. I'm really hoping and praying that y'all will do what's right to save our lovely town. And one more thing, I also wonder if LS Cable will still consider putting a $400 million in their backyard. He wants to come to Tarboro that needs water to operate, but we can't give it to them because our water is stretched so thin. You're wondering why this is so important to me? I am a Coker, and I live in Cokerville. I'm sure y'all all know where Cokerville is. A community of family that was built by Cokers and still houses lots of Cokers. I intended my son or grandchildren to inherit my home someday that I have lovingly cared for and lived in for many, many years in a very peaceful, loving environment where you only hear the crickets and the frogs and the birds and laughter of children. And I'm afraid that the noise level is going to just be excruciating. I also worry about the health of the people in my neighborhood. The first person that gets sick, what do y'all want to say about that? I fear that this facility will change our community in a very negative way, and that my home will be worth next to nothing. I don't think I'll ever be able to sell it. Who wants to live next to a data center? I just can't imagine that anyone would want to do that. If you don't already live in Tarboro, I don't think you'll ever come to Tarboro to live. We should find out that we have a data center right here in our town, in our lovely community. No effects that this facility will have on us. Thank y'all.
Any questions? Okay. Next witness.
I live at 1843 McNair Road. It is right, backs up right to this, and I probably got maybe 75 yards in my backyard. Then there's the ditch that all the drainage that will be coming off in this area that Sister Coker spoke about earlier about the when we have a big rain that the water just floods our property. I would say 2 or 3 times minimum each year. I go behind my property and this ditch is drainage is not maintained by the town. It just floods our property and the water may lay there from a couple of days. It may lay there all week. I go back there with my tools and I try to cut it and clean it out, but you can only do so much and a little bit of water runs off. But there are some serious blockages that's in this drainage area for that area, and if this facility comes, naturally they're going to have a whole lot more asphalt in the area, so the ground's not going to be absorbing as much water. There's going to be that much more runoff, and if it's not diverted, I think last meeting I heard it spoken that the natural drainage in that area is going to be utilized to shed the water, and that's one topic. The other thing I want to bring up was I haven't heard any testimony concerning what would happen if we had a bad accident in this facility. if we have a thermal runaway with the batteries. Now that's when you have a short or something malfunction, whether it's in cooling or whether it's in the circuitry or whether it's in the batteries themselves, they call it a thermal runaway. Now if that happens, I think the recommendations in the AI says, let it burn out. The facility, let the batteries burn out. Well, they recommend you have a 300-foot buffer that they would restrict people from being around the area at that time, and they would be monitoring the gases that's going off, that's coming out of these batteries. My concern is the runoff that's being done at that time from all the water that's being helped to fight this fire, to control it, that runoff is going somewhere. And I dare say a lot of it's probably going to run in the ground. It's going to be a soil. We've heard of instances where places have tragic accidents and the ground gets contaminated, and guess what? It's just contaminated. And it's there forever. I mean, I don't know of anywhere they have completely cleaned up any site. So I don't know if the fire department's looked into it. Are they prepared to be able to handle this type of situation if something happens? I would hope so, but I've heard no testimony that's been presented whether they can even handle such an incident if it happens. But the gas is not only, or the chemicals not only going in the ground, they're going in the air during this time of sunlight. Guess what happened? We've had a QVC incident out there when that building burned, and we saw all that happened from that. Well, wherever the wind blows is where it's going to go. And if we know about it, what do? I guess for our citizens being adjacent to this facility, where do we go? We get up right away, we go to the next county. How far do we go to get away from it? Are we going to be notified if there's an instance? I know the Sheriff Department has a policy that's in place that if there's an inmate that breaks out, if there's someone gets out, the immediate neighborhood is supposed to be notified, all the surrounding residents. My understanding? Well, I know of 2 instances where inmates broke out and we were not notified at 1843 Monero Road. One time I had to call the Sheriff's Department, and I called the town of Tarboro to tell them somebody just stole my truck out of my yard. They said, I'm sorry. Sheriff's Department said, you got to call the town, you're in the city limits. I called the policeman in town, they tell me, no, you're in the county, you got to call the Sheriff's Department. I said, I'll tell you what. I said, when y'all get here, maybe I can find them, I can have them laying here waiting for you. Eventually they both showed up. That's the only reason I said that. Was trying to get some attention out there. But with that policy in place to notify the residents when there's a breakout, is there going to be a policy in place to notify us residents if there's an actual incident going on at the facility in case something happens? That we can take appropriate measures, and what would those measures be for the citizens surrounding that area to protect our health and safety? That's all I got.
Thank you. Any questions? No further testimonies. Parties withstanding have an opportunity to offer rebuttal or closing arguments. As a reminder, please focus your response on legal arguments and new or clarifying evidence. Please avoid mere repetition of the evidence we have already heard. We will begin with the applicant, and I will call it who is coming forward.
I'm Dan Schaefer, president of Energy Storage Solutions. There's so many issues here that I'm trying to recall as best I can. The most recent expression about concerns with the battery storage systems that would catch on fire. We're using the latest technology, which is a graphene battery. It's a solid state battery. It's unlike the lithium batteries, which is a chemical reaction within the battery. These are solid state batteries. They absolutely will not burn. We're concerned about natural gas. We've been in discussions with Piedmont's senior engineers, which is owned by Duke Energy. Duke Energy is representing, according to this young lady, that they don't have adequate supplies of natural gas to the Utility Commission. I'm very familiar with the Utility Commission and the Public Committee, public staff. Basically, anytime Duke Energy appears before the North Carolina Utility Commissions, they're trying to get approval to get more money. One of the best ways for them to get increases in rates, increases for upgrades of equipment, is to make a claim, true or not, that they actually need more money from the public to make these upgrades. Now, we have specifically put into our budget that we will do the upgrades. And in our discussions with Piedmont Natural Gas, they said that there's a limited amount of extra capacity in Tarboro, which we would probably utilize. But in order to build out our project, they need $176 million to run a new major transmission line, 16-inch, 1,000 PSI, down the same right-of-way that the existing 16-inch is going on. And that it would, $176 million would then also cover the upgrade going down Highway 64 to Tarboro. These are improvements to their system that will eventually have to be made to support not only our data center, but any significant industries that are going to be coming into this area. So right now, if we get a couple of significant factory productions here, that's our capacity. And there would be no more until Dominion Power charged its customers significant increases to pay for all these upgrades, and we're prepared to pay for them now. So what we're saying is that not only will we pay for the upgrades, but it will have a long-term residual effect on the community, allowing for other factories to locate here with the data center paying for all these upgrades. Now, we are going to be buying power, natural gas on the international market also. So we'll only be using the transmission lines and the distribution lines owned by Piedmont to move our gas from, say, a port down here to our project. So we'll have no immediate impact on retail gas prices. We will be paying a service charge to Piedmont to cover their expenses in the operation, and they will make a profit margin that way. As to flooding in the area, the flooding has been ongoing for many, many years, and we are required by North Carolina rules, regulations, and laws to submit a plan for the flood and drainage of the site, so that we'll be able, by regulation, required to maintain the water that's coming onto our site, and our systems do not pollute, so we're not going to be affecting the groundwater. And we're going to have a good-sized pond built. I believe it's going to be about 5 acres on the corner up by the communication system. The revenues coming into Tarboro, and we're projecting them at $11 million a year, and we're not really basing that on property values for the real estate and the land. Most of these numbers are coming from computer equipment, buildings, and structures, turbines, and things of that effect that we'll be paying for in full, and then the all-in cost is going to determine what the tax value is going to be. So, I'm not saying that our projections are 100% accurate, we'd like to think they're 98% accurate, but as we start building out the systems, we'll find that out. Now, in terms of natural gas supplies, we think that by us building out this new transmission line, which will parallel the existing transmission line that crosses Highway 64 and then comes down to Meadowbrook Road, that once this is in place, we'll not only be able to maintain the Tarboro project, but we have 2 other projects in the planning stage for Edgecombe County.
Oh, God.
Each project will be $6.4 billion. And I would stress the fact that in order to commit $19 billion to this county, we don't do that on a whim. This is an organization of dozens of companies, many financial institutions. For instance, when we talk about the carbon sponge system, we realize this is a new technology. But what we are attempting to do, and what we feel confident we can do, is that we'll install the carbon sequestration station there with our turbines, and we'll be able to clean up 130% of the pollution in that particular area. Now, we feel comfortable enough that we are committing $100 million on all 3 sites. So our commitment is $300 million. Now, we wouldn't make a commitment like this unless we felt comfortable that we were able to capture the pollution that we're talking about. But suppose we only capture 90% of it. That's not a bad number, because you have to realize that Duke Energy is going to be producing energy using natural gas, since they own Piedmont Natural Gas. And they're not really going to make a big attempt at carbon capture or pollution capture. What we all have to do is, besides having floodwater and storm drainage permits, we also have to have a clean air permit issued by the state under federal guidelines. And we not only have to meet certain guidelines in order to get this permit, but on an annual basis, we have to prove that we're maintaining this particular level of pollution. Now, we're going to make a permit saying that we're not going to pollute. Now, Duke Energy is going to make the same permit, and they're not going to promise not to pollute, because they'll get it accepted just the way it is. But we're making the commitment to do the most recent clean energy technology. And yes, there's some risk for us to do it. But at the same time, you don't spend $300 million unless you're reasonably sure that it's going to work. I've got partners, and whether they're financial partners or they're other business associates providing money or equipment or both. These are not dumb people. Hopefully they're all a lot smarter than I am. And when we put these projects together, it's just not me and a couple of people sitting down and running numbers. We're constantly on the phone with our factories and our equipment suppliers. There's been an allegation that we can't buy turbines. We're being offered turbines continually, far more turbines than we'll ever need for these projects in the short term. What we're trying to establish in our turbine purchases is that if we can't buy made in America this year, we'd like to be thinking next year or the year after we're going to be buying made in America. There's a number of companies like GE that we're most likely using GE turbines. GE is manufacturing turbines in China. Well, we're not too excited about buying turbines in China because, for one thing, the duties are outrageous, the tariffs. But at the same time, they're also manufacturing in Turkey. But Turkey is maybe only paying a 10% tariff, so that's a little more manageable. But GE is also manufacturing in Michigan. Now that's where we want to buy our turbines. But they're already under contract going out to 1927. So we'll be signing contracts beyond 1927 under the understanding that if they have orders canceled, that we'll get those orders. So that hopefully we'll be able to start getting made American turbines relatively quick. And the carbon sponge systems will be made in America. And the battery storage systems, more and more are coming to the United States, but we're not particularly interested in the old technology, which is the lithium, which can have, in the past, runaway fires. They've made some very good strides in lithium. Now when they try and create fires, they're really having a problem making them burn because of the chemical changes they put into the batteries. But nonetheless, we feel that the new technology is going to be graphene, a 40-foot container of batteries, for lithium, for say 5 megawatts AC, we would get into a 20-foot container if we're using graphene. Now graphene is a little more expensive, but we think in the coming years the price will continue to come down, and it's the technology of the future. I would point out something else, except maybe the family has been over there in McNair Road for forever. We respect that. Most of the properties and the homes built in that area on McNair have been built since 1991. We haven't been able to pinpoint exactly how long we've had the heavy industrial zoning on our property, but it does go back at least in 1991. So that means that all the new homes and all the homes that have been built since 1991 should have been aware that a big section of these lots and properties are zoned as heavy industrial. And if they did proper due diligence or they didn't do proper due diligence, that doesn't impact our right to use a particular designation like heavy industrial, which can be used for things much, much more unattractive than data centers. Now, we would like to stress again that the revenues that we will bring to this town will give you the ability to make serious capital expenditures year after year after year, at least through the first 7 years of our depreciation schedules. And then since we'll be upgrading the systems by millions and millions of dollars every single year, it's not going to be, there's still going to be significant tax bases coming out of the data centers. I'm sure I'm missing some things, but when there's so much testimony going on up here, some of which I agree with, a lot of it I don't, and I probably failed to rebut some of the issues. But, you know, we're going to make this investment in good faith, and we think that we'll be a major asset to the community and also as to the county as a whole, and we think that we're going to be a real asset. I would ask John Timothy Padgett, who is our in-house attorney, he's also our chief operating officer for Energy Storage Solutions, to say a few words, especially about the procedure and what's required for us to have met our obligations for expert witnesses and for documentation.
Well, are there any questions for this witness?
Why did you choose Edgecombe County when all the other counties are coming your way?
Let's see.
Well, we haven't been turned down by any county yet.
Sir. On to the council. If you want to go back and forth, it's going to be your issue.
Okay. I thought that was a question.
But I don't recognize council. You can ask me.
I asked you to do that with these. Question. I have quite a few questions I'd like to ask, and probably some other council members do also, and I think just take a few minutes to take a little break and come back in for Q&A.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, yes, sir. Hold on just a minute, y'all, before you do that. Before you do that. Yes, sir. Listen, I just want to let everybody know that you do have opportunity to ask questions of the rebuttal. And, but I will be recognizing people who do that so that we can have some order. Okay, so we all take a break now, and then we'll come back and start the question.
Thank you.
Just take 10 minutes.
This has gone so far off the rails. None of that should be allowed. It's not a condition. So they might have to do the dirty work, I guess.
Just say, how can you make it done when y'all all sit up there and make that people talk? And you all should have done that.
Right, exactly.
within the next 30 minutes, you won't be able to speak. 30 seconds. Okay. We'll open for somebody might have a question. Okay. Oh, then you want, well, we don't do a question you first. How you want to talk? Okay. All right. One concern I'd like to ask is, I know Microsoft is going to use Microsoft is using a new cooling system. They feel their tanks, whatever, that has zero water evaporation.
Yes.
Their water system, when they install it, and they're doing it now, they see it started back in August of '24. So the only water basically this facility used. I mean, this is really an area where it's at, but it just
Highway 58.
Highway 58.
That it uses the new design that they.
That's correct.
So why is that not a cooling system that's appropriate for your, this thing?
Our target is 500,000 gallons, but that's a startup number. So that's what it takes to fill up our tanks on the system. And we're using two types of cold. One is the air cold, and the other is a chilling system that uses a water and fluid base. So that's correct. The only thing that we'll be doing long term is that we'll be topping off the systems. There is a little water loss, equipment sweats and things like that. But additionally, we'll be putting in larger water tanks, ours, and they'll each be about 1 million gallons. So short term, long term, if we need a lot of water for any reason, we'll have it available on site. And then there was a question about favorable water rates. We're not asking for anything. We're not asking for a deal on the water. We're not asking for a deal on the taxes like a lot of companies come in. And they say, well, we want a 50% discount on the tax bill. We're not asking for that. What we're trying to do is come in as a good member of the community and really help them knowing the jobs and in the financial position. And okay, you can say we're doing it out of the goodness of our heart, but data centers are very profitable. So from our perspective, we want the communities that have GPUs and CPUs and technical things like that. They generate heat, and in order to cool it down, we're either going to use a water chilling system or an air cooling system, or both. And so anytime that you have water inside a metal container, and there's a differentiation in the temperature inside and outside, it's going to sweat one way or the other.
Can I talk to you about sound, or do I need to talk to you sound tech?
Sound?
Yes. Do I need to talk with you, or do I need to talk?
You have another question?
Well, I don't know which one to ask the questions. I'm a sound engineer.
Just ask them.
Oh. I know what a data center sounds like that runs off the grid. And pretty much the only sound that's there on the site is their cooling system operations, which with zero soundproofing, chain or fence around it, there's no soundproofing at all around those facilities. But, my concern is the generators. These are big generators. Nowhere can I find where any are in operation to be able to listen to or anything else. My other concern is you're blocking sound from out.
Yeah.
But sound also is there. Okay, and we also know when there's cloud cover, that stops the sound from continuing to go up, so now you get it bouncing along, so it radiates at a lot further pace than it normally would. And not just that, but summers with humidity levels, high humidity levels, does the same thing. So it allows sound to stay under, and also have some yardage or miles. So when this facility is operating at full capacity, if the closest point to Sunfield is just under a mile, because I actually moved it, got the actual footage on it. How far out with those decibel is going to be at that mile?
I don't have that number. The number we're working with is the 60 at the wall line, where the acoustic wall will be. And then the good thing about what we're doing now with our acoustic engineer is that we haven't built anything yet. We're just in the design process. And when we initially showed him the design that we had put down, putting all the different equipment pieces there, and he looked at it and he says, well, that's not right. He said, move your buildings around. hydraulic center in this direction, move your turbines and your battery storage system in these areas. We were gonna do chillers on top of the roof. He says no chillers on the roof because the sound will carry up in the air. So, you know, Steve Manning has been running the numbers with his computer and software programs, advising us as how to build the best possible data center that's going to be as quiet as possible. Now, we anticipate, besides not polluting is our objective, that we don't want to pollute sound, so that we think our data centers will be better, at least sound-wise, than all these other data centers. Now, if you want to get into technical issues on sound, we have to get Steve back up.
Well, I know this sites I went to, and if you want this side of the building, where the equipment was, and I'm within probably 40 feet of that entrance, so the cooling equipment is right there. So I was able to get a reading, and I've got a meter, so it shows the decimal meter and exactly the minute right there. But when you walk away from there and get on the other side, you know, you don't hear it. So, you know, my concern with this one is generating it's on the power, and it's going to radiate above. And I know you're just getting numbers outside of the wall, but that's not what we really need. We need the numbers of if someone feels a mile away, if his center right there is, of course, he said an eighth of a mile.
We can get you those
It's a lot
numbers.
further than an eighth of a mile. I looked it on Google or Google, did the distance, and it gave me how far it was. But still, it's, you know, shorter than a mile.
We can get you those numbers. I don't want to just guess them. They can do them on the computer and they'll be real numbers. I will say this very kindly, that they're going to be doing an animal facility, 50 dogs outside will have a decimal level of over 100. And if you have 100 dogs, which I think may be the projection here, the numbers higher. So the animal shelter is going to make far, far more noise than our data center. Well, I have a neighbor who has a dog, and the dog never stops barking. That's one dog. And I don't have any trouble hearing him anywhere in my house or on my property. And the animal shelter will produce a lot of noise.
Can I ask you something? This is my last one I asked.
You can ask as many as you want.
Where, do you know where in the United States where there is a data center that is generating its own power using these type of generators?
We can get a list of them. They're all over the United States.
I am family that was all. I know there's a lot of construction, but during the operation, that
Well, there's going to be more and more, period. The grid's not big enough to support data centers. The demand for AI data is going to be so enormous that it's going to overwhelm the grid if all they were doing is using the grid.
I get that, and I know they said, you know, you come bring your own power, but is there one in operation in the United States, and if so, where is it?
Yes, there are. I have to get a list of them. We're working with GE, so we can get with our GE people and they'll get a list of the different facilities. And they're the ones that are going to not only buy the turbines from, but the other equipment. Now, they also mentioned.
Excuse me, I believe your question was one.
No, I like that. No,
I know you want that.
It'd be nice if I could hear all six of them, but I guess you won't have to be operating 4 at a time.
We'll be up, when we get approval, we'll be operating a year, 18 months in the first phase. But we were concentrating on producing information, expert witnesses, and documentation to meet the requirements of the SUP. Nowhere in the requirements did it say, give us examples of 500 feet or 1,000 feet or a mile out or 2 miles out on our sound levels. So, you know, that's an excuse.
Well, just,
We can get it.
Let me move it along with, cause he said they don't have that information right now. Anybody else got a question?
I've got a question. So the biggest concerns on this project are noise and water usage. Would y'all be able to do this project if caps were implemented to protect the town of Tarboro? Y'all be willing to work with that? So we can have some decibel limit right here at the wall and summer feel in the neighborhoods. This is how much water you're allowed to use.
Actually, Tim Patrick, in-house attorney, handed me a note a while back suggesting that we get the special use permit or conditional use permit, and whether we're talking noise, water, or any of these issues that seem to be stumbling blocks, that we will guarantee that, you know, we'll hit whatever the target's going to be, or not exceed whatever the target's going to be.
How can we cap water?
Tell them they can't use a certain amount.
And then if they do what?
Jason will cut them off, I guess.
And the town can control the water.
See, the recommendation would be,
If a cap is imposed, for instance, 500,000 gallons, if they needed any more than that, they would have to make whatever necessary upgrades to be able to get that, whether to our treatment system, pump stations, whatever it would take. But you couldn't cap how much so that we can maintain capacity.
Now, as I understand it, Rocky Mountain has very large surplus water supply. We would be more than happy to fund a linking transmission line that would go down to Tarboro or Kingsborough or wherever it needs to be, as well as build the water towers.
During the,
I think,
No, everybody keep asking my question.
oh, okay. During the first flood, I was without water for 5 days. What would happen to your facility if you were without water for 5 days?
Well, we have to realize that we're talking about an emergency situation here. And any data center, part of their operating structure, their agreements call for a shutdown or a temporary putting everything on hold, so that any power that's available within our system is available to the community. If there's a water shortage, we simply shut down the data centers, save the information, and since data travels across all the internet, it really wouldn't affect our customers because they have other means to store the information and access it, but the community comes first. Whether you're talking about natural gas, whether you're talking about water, you name it.
Yes. If I'm right, I think we have heard somewhere that the carbon sponge now is it's a new technology.
Yes.
Are we aware of that technology being used anywhere else at this time or in the past? Or is anything going on right now other than your proposed project?
I believe so, but this is kind of confidential information that they're not sharing with me.
I don't need confidential stuff, but I'm just wondering again if it's being used anywhere else than right here.
Not that I know. I would reiterate the fact that we are committing $300 million, which may be what puts this system into operation across the country. And we feel comfortable enough with our engineers who have looked at it and have gone down and looked at the models that they're testing out. And not only our engineers, but our funding partners that are putting up the money are comfortable enough to do this. Without that, we're dead in the water. So we're prepared to take this financial risk because we think the benefit could be enormous. Not only can we capture the carbon, the pollution, but then we get a tax credit back from Uncle Sam. It'd be as much as $280 a ton.
But again, this is an experimental piece of equipment because it's not been used before.
Right, but
I heard-
regardless, we can get the air quality permit with or without it.
I heard some comment recently, or something that the experience is what you get when you tell something. That's a little deep, but I'd hate for us to have an experimental piece of equipment that there was some type of environmental issue, and which I'd like to ask the chief eventually too. In the event of a fire or emergency, something like that, what our fire department actually can handle. But the second part of the question of using this type of new innovation, I guess the other data centers, I don't know where they are, but my concern is, as a lot of our citizens have talked, is are they in a population center where we're within a mile and a half of 12,000 people? So again, if there was an environmental issue, how does it affect those 12,000 people?
Well, first off, the big concern would be lithium batteries. We're not using lithium batteries, we're using solid state. That means there's no chemical reaction. So, and when you have a chemical reaction, that's what can cause the runaway fires. But, you know, other than a normal fire, we'll have some buildings. I'm not going to say a building couldn't catch on fire. You know, I'm not going to say a turbine couldn't overheat, but those are controllables. There is a fire department just a few miles down the road, and one of the things we do after we get the HUP, something we do, is then we talk to the fire chiefs and we say, look, this is the situation, and we give them as much document evidence as to what we're going to do and what the problems might be, and we're prepared to buy fire trucks or any kind of professional equipment they might need to, you know, ambulances and police cars, anything that's needed. Now, I talked to the sheriff. His office is over at the prison right beside us, and he was concerned about in the event of an emergency up on the railroad track, if there's a chemical spill, that he could evacuate not only his staff but the prisoners. And previously, we had expanded our right-of-way into the property from, I believe, 15 feet to 30 feet in the county, and then gave them access through our property in the event of evacuation. So when I met with the sheriff, we discussed that, and just like we're going to have key boxes or key codes to let the fire department have access, we'll give the same codes to the sheriff and his people. And then at the back side of the property, we're putting in an additional gate so they can keep on going, not only through our property, but as far as they want towards Howard Boulevard. So any emergency issues like that, we'd like to address them as easily and quickly as possible, and we're willing to fund so that the county or the town is not spending money to support our project. We want to support it ourselves, and that also includes long-term operations. This site will operate under a 20-year lease with 4 or 5 year leases on the end, so we're looking towards a
If you're gonna, other than this, if you're gonna spend this kind of money, why would you lease the property? Why would you buy it?
Well,
maybe that's not a fair question, but it
has nothing to do with
it's like renting versus buying something.
Well, we have a number of companies. Some companies deal in real estate, some companies deal in energy storage, some deal in data centers. So the lease could be an intercompany lease.
I use a lot of, I guess, just common sense analogies, but we've talked about the sound quite a bit, first meeting and this meeting. And what I'm hearing, I kind of liken it to, on Saturday afternoon, I like to walk out on my screen porch, sit down, maybe enjoy the atmosphere, what's going on, and mostly the quietness. And all of a sudden, a neighbor 2 blocks away, 3 blocks away, cranks up a leaf blower. And I'm saying, why the heck didn't he do that this morning? And of course, my wife reminds me that everybody don't follow the same patterns that I do. He'll come out on Sunday morning, and sure enough, 2 blocks over, 3 blocks over, somebody's running a leaf blower. And I'm like, not on Sunday. But now I'm hearing that, you know, there's going to be a leaf blower analogy kind of going on all the time. And that's, I have to tell you that quite frankly, that bothers me. It really does. And I don't know that there's any way to control that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you live 2.2 miles from the new data center.
I don't think so.
Or it's just a little over a mile.
Okay.
Any time.
Well, I don't think you're gonna hear anything.
I have a
2.2 miles, I'm sure you are gonna.
We have a question. Well, we can deliberate a little bit.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I got one more.
All right,
One more.
that's the question.
Okay. One of the questions that we have to look at is the harmoniousness of this operation with the rest of the area. Do you think it's harmonious with
I had lunch.
our community, basically?
I had lunch with the CEO of LS Cable, and it was a very friendly lunch. And they're making data center cables. And the biggest interest he had, we went to the prime at the factory place, and he made me promise that I would buy our cables on all 3 projects from LS Cable. And was happy to supply anything and everything we needed, and was overjoyed that we were doing data centers. Now it's just one neighbor, but that's our closest neighbor. And I did have a very good meeting with the sheriff, and he offered to help us in any way he could. He also asked for a military-style security fence to go around the wooded area and the animal shelter, and we agreed to do that and pay for it, but we need a separate permit since that's on county property, I think. So that's the second neighbor we're working with. And we have talked, we own property along that area, some of the partnership. So we're not particularly concerned about the properties that we own. And I realize you can't make everybody happy. Some people have already made up their mind regardless. So we'll do the best we can.
Thank you. Did anybody else have a question? And let's kind of hold it to a question. We'll deliberate later.
I'm a seasoned manager, and each year I get a performance, and I have to give the good, and I have to tell what I like about my job and what I done. So I'm gonna ask you the same thing. Because we need to know, what do you think your pros are, bringing your business to Tarboro, and what do you think your cons are? And you know, you got all those people behind you that said they're cons, okay? So what do you think yours are? Being honest.
Honestly, that I think that this project will really benefit the community. And 500 jobs to start with, low-paying jobs. I have been in this community for 6-7 years now, and one thing I've heard repeatedly is that their children grow up, they go to college, and a lot of them never come back because of the lack of opportunity, good-paying jobs. We're talking about cutting-edge technologies here, and the technology will just grow. And we're talking about a $19 million investment. I'm prepared to invest more, but you know we have to go one step at a time. And I think that this is a growth industry. There's very few growth industries left in this country. Most of them gone to China or Mexico or wherever, Vietnam, but they're slow coming back. Now we're going to try and do Made in America and move our suppliers in that direction as best we can. But you know, it's a process. It won't happen in a year, and it won't happen overnight. But we're committed.
What's your cons? What are your cons? What do you think?
Well, here we go.
There's some people behind you, what are your comments?
I think if we could get everyone well educated as to what we're doing so they fully understood it, we would be very well accepted. But it's a process, and it's going to take us quite a while to kind of sell our point of view and demonstrate it, like a carbon sponge system. I'm convinced that it's money well spent. But at the same time, if we spend $300 million and we're not happy with the system, we'll go on to the next technology. Those companies have been out of business.
I got a call last meeting
Well,
that
just a minute.
mentioned,
Let me finish. Yes, sir, you next.
the carbon sponge, you did have the carbon sponge, and it would work, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said last meeting, period. It was countered by saying it doesn't work, now it doesn't exist, right?
It exists.
It does exist.
Not in huge production yet, but it will.
Is it anywhere to be found, like, why can't you, cause
Once again, you know, these are not conditions of the SUP. And not that I don't want to answer, but I don't have all of these answers.
it's a condition to me because it could affect the citizens.
Well, it's a condition for me for the same reason. I think, heaven forbid that I'm a liberal Democrat, I'm all for the people. So,
It's nonpartisan, it has nothing to do with partisanship. It's about the people, and you're getting ready to flop a, you know,
yeah, well,
a dance center in their backyard.
if someone comes to us with a better tool or a better idea, we'll entertain it.
And the idea is good, as long as it doesn't affect the integrity of our water, our energy, and our people.
I'm not going to pollute. That's, you know, that's zero. That brings funding to us. And, you know, we can't guarantee everything 100%, but it's the right frame of mind, it's the right intent.
Okay.
Move down.
Okay.
I'd like to ask Mr. Schaefer a question that he brought up. Do you honestly believe a 30-foot right-of-way is sufficient for what you're doing? Me, as a developer, over many years, am required to put a 50-foot right-of-way in a residential subdivision. That's the first question. The second question is, the back of your property to, as I pointed out, that's 3,000 feet. Are you gonna build a road?
Yes.
Have you got the permission from the two landowners to build a road?
This is a word discussions.
You're in discussion.
And if you don't mind, we have a 30-foot access to right-of-way, and the planning board and the planning department said that's all we need. Now, we intend to actually have more access points, but those are private matters still. Was there another question I missed?
Is there another question? Ma'am, go ahead.
I have a question about the batteries. You said solid state batteries, but my understanding is there's probably more than one type of battery and more than one function. And I'm wondering about the lifespan of those and what the plan is for disposal when they have to be replaced.
Everything has to be recycled at some point. It's just a question of when. And the longer until you have to recycle it, the more value there is staying in that. Now, in a lithium battery, we budget a replacement of the whole system every 10 years. So that means that maybe in the first 3 years we don't replace anything. But our computers monitor all the batteries. And if we start to lose efficiency in any of the batteries, we simply start replacing as part of the budget. So, you know, lithium ion battery, we're talking about 10 years. And then if your system's gonna be there 40 years, it means you gotta replace the whole system 4 times. Now, on graphene systems, which is what we're doing here, it's a better battery. Since there's no, it's solid state and uniting, not having a chemical reaction going back and forth with the battery, charging and discharging, charging and discharging. On these solid state batteries, they'll last at least twice as long. So you won't have to use them until maybe 10 years. That means that we can pick technology in the long term. So instead of budgeting a replacement starting in year 5, we start budgeting replacements in year 10. Now, we're on the front end of graphene technology. So what takes a 40-foot container for, say, 5 megawatts AC of lithium batteries, we can do in a 20-foot container, 5 megawatts AC for graphene. And we think in another 5 years, we can do that same thing in 10 feet. So what that means is the battery storage systems that we're building out can continually upgrade and can actually get bigger and bigger with the same structure in place.
And that's the only type of battery that'll be there for any.
For us, now there are sodium batteries that factory just announced they're not coming.
But for you, that's the only one type of one, when they have to be disposed of or replaced.
Well, if you go to the renewable energy conventions, they're having one right now in California. There are always half dozen companies that they just specialize in recycling, whether it's a solar panel or a wind turbine or now battery storage. I'm not dealing with any of these companies right now, so I can't give you any real contact information. But what I can tell you is that we will be building our own facilities that do recycling as well.
When would that happen?
Pretty soon. These are going to be spin-off companies.
She said I could take
Okay,
spots.
go-
1 second.
go ahead.
The jobs that are, keep talking about 500 jobs, from the research I've done, those jobs are minimal after construction. So could you tell us a little bit about what these 500 jobs are, what the breakdown is, how many are gonna be left, and what they are? Because,
I can actually give you a 29-page proposal.
hey, that's good,
Yeah.
because we'd like to know what we're gonna be doing if there's gonna be.
There's a
500
spreadsheet in it, and it's been prepared by Salute. Salute is a company set up by 2 old veterans. And I had mentioned previously that their mission is to hire veterans. Now, in Tarboro, they would hire the veterans in the community, and then they hire locally. And I told them, it's my interest, my intent that if I could hire 100% locally, if that means training and working with the community college and bringing in special training programs, that we will do that, and we will pay for it at no expense to the community.
To do what though? 500 people to do what?
We have to show you the
Not
spreadsheets.
working in a data center.
Yes.
No, 500 people in a data center.
Well, the numbers go like this. For every 50 megawatts of AC, we have 69 employees. Okay, out of the 69 employees, 20 of them are security. And then that means that the other 49 are in the data center. Now you have to recognize that we have 4 entire 8-hour programs. So Monday through Friday is 3 shifts, and then it's a 4th shift on Saturday. So on those 100 employees, it'd roughly be 25 on site at any one time. So of those 25, I guess 8 of them would be security, and the other 14 would be. I understand what you're saying, because when they gave me the numbers, I said, what?
Yeah, because I don't see 500 anywhere.
Well, but that's only 1/8 of the system. So if each part, and then in order to run the turbines to generate the natural gas, to go into a cogeneration system, which takes all the heat out and generates more power, and then going into the carbon sponge. For every system, we're going to have about 50 people on that. So out of the 100, that's how the structure comes together. And it's in writing, and this company is
That's fine.
running data centers all over the country.
Yeah, well, the ones that I researched only said that there was a few dozen jobs, and that was it, left after it was constructed.
You researched on the internet, it'll tell you anything you want to hear.
Yeah,
So,
well, that was the proposal that was from
Could,
the one
Can
one that was,
Can I get a clarification on your question? I think what I'm hearing her ask is, are you including the construction period when you name 500?
No.
You're talking about the actually maintain and operate the facility.
Yeah, I submitted to the town council on the 28th a proposal for the facility. It's 29 pages and it's considerable detail. I was shocked.
I was wondering, yes, what you saying? Ma'am, you have a question?
Yes, I have several questions.
Okay.
Just,
She was up next.
Yeah.
No.
So as you heard, my testimony was really focused on the energy elements of your project. I'd like to focus on those elements. One of the things I heard.
Which is not part of the SUP application.
But I think it's germane to the conversation as the council has already
We all have
determined.
opinions.
Right.
So, question.
Yeah, so you mentioned earlier, speaking of opinions, that the current grid capacity in the United States couldn't accommodate data centers at the moment. What is your evidence to substantiate that? Do you have any evidence to substantiate that claim?
Do you have any evidence?
I do. My organization has conducted
Can I see it?
research, and yeah, it's in my testimony. But my
Can I see
organization
a
has
hard
conducted
copy?
research that suggests that there's 50 gigawatts of latent capacity on the existing grid right now to accommodate data centers. So I'll move on to my next question. I'll move on to my next question. I'll move on to my next one.
Okay, let me finish answering you.
Okay.
We're talking about 3 data centers that are gonna total 900 megawatts AC. It's my understanding, talking to economic development locally and other qualified people, that they only have 200 megawatts AC in surplus capacity at the moment. That would be enough to get us started, but we're not
You're
using
talking here.
Here.
But you were talking about the grid nationally.
Yes.
There's not enough latent capacity, and so I'm just asking for
They're
evidence
building-
that there's not enough latent capacity
They're
in the
building
existing grid.
facilities as large as 1 or 2 million square feet, just for data.
I'm
The energy
aware.
That has to be generated, they couldn't pull from a half a dozen states now.
I think the point for the record is that the petitioner cannot actually substantiate the fact that there is not enough latent
This is
capacity in
not
the
part of
grid.
the SUP application.
I'll move on to other questions. I'm happy to move
Can we move on?
Yeah. So my next question regards graphene batteries. I share your enthusiasm for the developments in the battery industry. My understanding is that graphene batteries are actually very nascent as well, and that currently their application is laptops, EVs, and improving the infrastructure of existing batteries. And I'm curious,
That's
do you
not correct.
have any example of a data center
We
that
have
is?
factories
Sorry, can I finish my
manufacturing
question?
graphene batteries
Can I
all
finish
over
my
the world.
question? Can I finish my question?
I'm sure.
My question is, are there any examples of data centers deployed in the United States where graphene batteries are the primary source of backup storage, long duration battery storage?
Back to my other answer. If I knew we were going to go on a fishing expedition and went all over the country,
That's
all
not
over the
fishing.
world, I'd bring a lot more information.
Okay.
I'm just trying to meet the requirements of the issue.
Next question.
Yep. So in my testimony, I focused on carbon capture technology and the nascency of that technology. My understanding, which I submitted in testimony in the record, was that to power and run carbon capture technology at a point source generator, like a gas turbine, like what you're installing or you're planning to
We don't
install,
agree with that.
that requires a 50% extra additional expenditure of energy. Have you done any analysis of the extra gas that would be required?
Analysis in great detail.
Okay, do you have that analysis to provide to the town?
I'm not required to provide it.
Thank you for your, he said that he's answered, he said he didn't have any, he's not required part. Is there any other question you have?
Why not?
Give just a minute.
Yeah. My last question. So you mentioned that your organization or the financiers who are behind your project are willing to throw a substantial amount of money at this project and making more than the $6.4 billion of investment that is in the plan to accommodate the infrastructure needs.
Well, we
And I'm
use the
curious.
term throw.
Okay.
And that's,
You understand that point. to invest at more than $6.4 billion that you've
Yes.
planned in this project.
Well, no, this project's 6.4, but there's two other projects.
Okay.
You know, it's 6.4.
Okay. My question is for you is, what is recognizing that you are the project developer and Salute would be the entity that is operating the day-to-day management of the data center. So who would be accountable if there were issues at all with the data center or liable? Who is the entity that is ultimately accountable and responsible for those damages? Is that Energy Storage Systems or is that another entity?
Well, the main tenant of the facility could be Amazon, it could be Facebook, it could be anyone. Those are the possibilities. They're going to tell us in their contracts exactly what equipment they want in the facility, what type of redundancy they need for generation of power, so their systems don't shut down, except for emergencies. And that's all spelled out in detail and it's subject to whichever entity we're using. We're in constant communication with President.
You have another question?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
From a strictly working person,
Oh, is that right?
income side of things,
Yes.
you gave the range of like 50-some thousand to $250,000 annual salary for the folks who work at the data center.
Correct.
How many of them, actual number, 1, 2, 10, whatever, how many will be making the $250,000? How many of those 500 will be making the $50,000?
Well, I assume most of the people will start at 50,000 and there'll be a few in $250,000.
So how many of those 50,000 individuals will have the opportunity to make it to 75,000 or 100,000?
Well, maybe all of them.
Excuse me, ma'am, you gotta have standing to ask questions. I'm sorry. Thank you. You have a question, sir?
Just have one. Related to risk, which is what I spoke of earlier, have you performed or has the town performed any risk assessment regarding all of the points that we discussed and the effect that your business might have on the environment around us? It's basically risk assessments that's available for us, town, to review.
We're doing our risk assessments a little differently. Basically, if we determine we want to use a particular size turbine, we give it all the manufacturers of that particular turbine. We compare all the different features, which one's going to make the most noise, which one's going to pollute the most, using natural gas. That's one which, when we go on to the next one, like our site engineers do the layout on the design for the flood and drainage plan, which has to be submitted to the state as part of the process to get a building permit. And then clean air quality, once again, has to be submitted to the state. So that we're using our engineers to kind of go through this. We're looking at costs, but we're also looking at the benefits of it as well. And so I see your point. I think it'd probably be a great idea, but data centers are kind of in the early stages. Maybe in a year or 2 years, my staff will be big enough that I'll say, hey, just sit down and don't leave this room for a week. Give me a really, rock hard risk assessment. But a lot of this, even costs, we're not really sure if our cost is 800 million or 750 million, or somewhere in that range. But after we build out a few phases, we'll know what that number is.
Thank you.
I have one.
Yes. You have a question?
Yes. Okay. In the water usage requirements, you mentioned 500,000 gallons. You've also mentioned 3 facilities. Is that each facility or just
That's
combined?
starting up each facility. And I'll repeat that we are anticipating running a major water transmission line for Rocky Mountain. And bringing it down into a data center. Because when Rocky might, when Tarboro may have 3 million gallons available, and we understood it's over 20 million available.
Have you
So,
already?
so really theoretically it's 1,500, but you're providing the extra capacity for Rocky Mountain as opposed to.
We anticipate, yeah, in order to get to 1,500, we have to get all these projects going up. So it's gonna take, optimistically 3 years.
Understand, when projects.
More likely 5 to 6 years.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, when these, because there is a lot of things that are anticipated and a lot of things that are proposed, when these numbers aren't realized, and the town needs to come and take care of the fact that these numbers aren't realized, who's accountable? I mean, how does the town know, what can you do? What can be done if these aren't realized?
We're willing to be accountable to the point where we could have conditional use permit on a couple items, to guarantee that the city will hit those targets, and we will.
All right, got a question, we'll wrap it up and we can move on.
Yeah, my question is, I've heard about all the people in the city. You gonna guarantee me, you on my property line if this comes through. Let me look at this, and we'll talk about it, yeah, see if I can figure it out. Okay, that's Anaconda Road.
No.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna talk with it.
Right there's Anaconda Road, and there's your easement come through here.
Oh, yeah, well, that is our easement, that is Anaconda Road.
Okay, all right. You see this line right here?
Yep.
All that line right there is the back of McNair Road, where other people live. See this line right here? This is my property. Here you go, here you go, here you go, here you go. Are you gonna guarantee me and my wife and my son who lives on that property, if something happens, let me finish. You want to interrupt people all the time, and you wait, let me finish.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
You gonna guarantee me that the noise ain't gonna be for 60 decibels? When I hear at night, LS sounds like King Kong trying to get out of that metal building, and it wakes me up. And this is every day. And during the winter, when there ain't no leaves on the trees and it's cold outside, boy, you can hear a pin drop on Anaconda Road. The thing is, I want it to be in writing that if our property value decreases, you're going to substantially, since you're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Billions.
I don't care, but I'm looking millions for me. And if something happens, and I'm gonna tell you this right now, if this is approved, and my property value goes down, and my drinking water is contaminated, and the air I breathe, I can't breathe because of respiratory issues, I will see you in court. And I will see the town guard in court.
Thank you very much. Look, I want to get some questions about gas, water, and fire. And it might be a good time to see at what point the town can answer that. I don't know if they can answer all the questions, but they can at least answer where they are right now in terms of our capacity to handle each of the scenarios that have been brought up.
Sure. Of course, this is a zoning hearing. We don't have construction plans, so we don't have final numbers on any of this. All we can base it on is what's been told to us. But currently, capacity-wise, across town, we have approximately 3 million gallons of capacity. But that doesn't mean that we can get it to that specific location, because there may be some increases in booster pump or different things we gotta do, additional storage that needs to take place at that site, to be able to serve their needs. My recommendation from staff would be the council cap at approximately 500,000 gallons. Anything additional to that, they would be required to storage or increase booster pumps or whatever would be necessary to get the water. So that's on the water side. On the fire side, I asked the chief to maybe chime in, but essentially we have a 2-rated fire system, and we're able to handle anything that happens. We'll of course do whatever training we need to deal with it, but currently we should be able to handle whatever happens out there. Can't speak to natural gas, again, that's beyond the purview of the town of Tarboro, and it's not something we'd be involved with.
And we be able to comply financially or anything?
Well, one of the things I'm about to say, what I keep hearing is that if the town won't have to pay for your accommodations to your plan.
No, we're gonna do anything that's required by the town. And pay.
Question.
So, how many, data center buildings is gonna be, 6, 8?
We're gonna do it phases, and that might help with the water question too. That we're not going to be doing it all at one time. So what we'd be looking to do is the first phase and learning from what we're doing in the second phase. If we need to bring in water transmission lines.
How many buildings is gonna be on that property at the end of all the phases?
There'll be 4 AI data centers that will each be 25 megawatts AC, and there'll be 4 mobile data centers that will each be 50 megawatts AC.
8.
So it'll be totally.
In each center is going to require, is it each center will require 500,000 gallons of water per center?
The whole project for 5
Full project, full 8 buildings, running full capacity, 500,000 gallons of water.
And if we need to exceed it, we'll handle it financially.
If we need to exceed it, how much we need to exceed?
We're not planning on exceeding it, so.
I'm just saying. Other thing I have, saying, like you got called in,
You got a question?
which,
Just one chair.
Yeah, we got, it's gotta be a different question, and you gotta be in standing.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask. Due to the charter school, can I be in standing?
If you, I know that. So that's what you're talking about, in
Am I
terms
able
of
to ask a
working.
question in regards to the charter school and the proximity that it sits from the data
No.
center? I'm not allowed to.
There's one more question.
One more
So, I
question.
mean, really, I don't wanna limit anybody, but we
Yeah.
gotta stop at some point. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And so I'm just saying, so we can deliberate and when we make a decision on that, we need at least have some discussion. So let it be a question, please.
It is.
Okay?
I heard
And
the,
there means no honor, because here's the answer, and then we can move on.
okay.
Go ahead.
In the last, hearing, Mr. Schaefer, one of your, expert witnesses testified that the data center project would need 2 million gallons of water per day. And that was at the 2-hour and 21-minute mark of the recording that's available of the last meeting. And so I just wanted to clarify, is it the 2 million gallons of water per day, or is it the 500,000 gallons per day? I've heard just these two figures.
There's two answers. Initially, when they were asking the question, we were talking at the time about how much is available. And a number like 2 million was mentioned. They immediately said, we want 2 million, but that doesn't mean we need 2 million. So what I'm trying to do is clarify that, we need the 500, that's our target. And we want to pay for it, we'll get it.
I think it was somebody else, yes ma'am, somebody had asked a question, go ahead.
Would you be opposed to having fines put in place if you oversee the cap limits on the concerns the citizens have with the sound and the water usage?
I'm sorry, I thought you were all have to do.
Before you begin, I realized I should have been asking this question ahead of time. Do you have standing?
I am a Edgecombe County water customer, so I have impact through that. I don't have proximity as
I'm sorry, ma'am. That's not enough. Y'all trying to work with me now. We're trying to get out of here too, man. So, but anyway, if you have standing, you certainly have the right to ask questions. The proximity is one of the major points. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I got a question. So,
Have you been sworn in yet?
No, I have not.
Okay. So, you gotta be sworn in and ask questions. The town manager is helping me, you all. No, not just in Tarboro, but you live within the proximity of the project that we're talking about.
They were like 2 mile radius, I have a business within the radius, and I live maybe 3 miles.
No, sorry.
In my business.
What
is proximity? The data center, it affects the amount of at least 50 miles, so if you're within 50 miles, you gotta enter. Is that not correct?
Well, y'all keep saying proximity.
Yeah, so what is proximity? Because when I looked up, I see that the data centers mainly come to those, largely black communities in Griffin, City Bank.
Already ruled that you are not in proximity.
What is proximity? Can you clarify?
Within the immediate area, let me just start with that. And in the immediate area of the gentleman back there, the family and all those areas like that.
Mr. Mayor, persons who have legal standing in a quasi-judicial proceeding are the property owner or holder of an interest in the property, the applicant, other property owners who can show they will suffer special damages, that is a court term of art, and the governing board. Those are parties with legal standing. If you don't have those, or one of those 4 qualifications, you're not allowed to be a party. Proximity is one of the ways to determine someone who can suffer special damages.
Can you put a distance on proximity, a mile, half a mile?
Gotta be, I don't have a definition that would do that, no, but generally it's understood to be adjoining property owners or within sight of the property, very close.
I have a question. Nobody can see it, it's in the woods.
I wanted to ask a question about the pipelines that he's talking about, he might have to put down, and I would,
I didn't hear, screw it. You have standing.
I might, let me ask the question first. So,
Okay.
if he's gonna lay pipeline, that means he's gonna be using that are already in place, correct? One of the easements, so I think I have to stand.
You have land,
Yes,
that's
sir.
one of the easements.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's specific to the project site.
Specific
It's
to
all
that.
into
This
the,
permit
this,
is-
all right.
Okay. No more questions for this gentleman? Have a question for him?
Yes, sir.
All right.
The sponge system is for the noise attenuation off the gas turbines?
No, it's on the pollution.
The pollution, okay. My question is, on this whole facility, how many turbines are you looking at or is having when it's up and running?
That's not necessarily determined yet. What we're looking for is a certain number. Like if it's an AI center, we need 25 megawatts AC just to match the AI size. And then the AI will ask us for redundancy, so that'll usually have another 30%. So say that gets us up to 35 megawatts AC. And then because we're using cogeneration, that can bring us in, say, another 20 megawatts AC. So now we're already up to 55 megawatts AC, and then it depends on which supplier we're using, because they all have different sized turbines. And I hate to say it has a little bit to do with the bottom line, but we're going to look at cost, and we're going to look at how much noise it makes. We're going to look at how much pollution it does or doesn't generate.
I've been around generators for over 30 years, generating power at some of our facilities, not this size or magnitude. I'm only dealt with 2 meg and 1,000 kW.
Well, they're all over town at the factories.
Yeah. And I know we had turbines at one time, and that high-pitched noise off that turbine is, you could hear it for blocks all around downtown Rocky Mount.
Well, that's one reason why we think we're going with GE, because the decibel levels on GE are a lot less than, say, Honda generators. And Honda came in and the number was 108 decibels. GE was almost half of that, and we needed to be at 60, so, and that's just, the turbine can't be all of it, it's just some of it. So I don't mean to be evasive, but this gets pretty technical. I have engineers.
Thank you. Questions? No more questions? No other questions?
How are you determining your sound level beyond the wall, actually know how many generators you need for the facility?
Well, we don't want to exceed 60 decibel levels at the top of the wall. So whatever sound level we're going to have beyond that, our software programs will be demonstrating that. So what we're trying to do is eliminate sound going over top of the walls. So once again, Steve, our acoustic engineer, is here, and I'm sure given enough time, he can.
Well, that's what I was asked about I know it was a 10-foot wall, so if that wall was extended to 16 feet or 20 feet,
Whatever it takes.
and then have a sound absorption, not only on the wall, but I know I think the generators will be encapsulated inside the building, so there's actually an acoustic material on those buildings there.
And there can be walls around them. But I think what you're talking about, I've been thinking about that myself, that the walls went taller, and we used like clay as part of the landscaping embankment. Clay absorbs a lot of sound as compared to sand. So there are, we'll engineer and design it so we're going to be at 60 decibels. For some reason, if there's a part of the wall that we're not hitting it, we'll hit it.
Well, let me ask you, how problem is it if we say, okay, on the other side of that wall, we as a town recommend that we would like to see that dust down to 50 or 55. Is that doable?
Rescue me.
Before he gets up there, are y'all voting on this tonight?
Yes.
I don't know.
We're not sure. We're not sure.
Because it needs to be tabled, because there is a whole lot more questions that need to be answered here. Really does.
Is that right?
Because y'all are gonna do too much to this town without more questions being answered.
Stephen Manning, I work for Cambridge Collaborative. I live at 162 Babcock Street, and that's in Brookline, Massachusetts. My company, Cambridge Collaborative, has been around since 1971.
You've already been.
All right, great.
Okay. You've already been designated as an expert.
31.4. He wanted to know what the noise level was going to be at 1.5. trying to add a little humor here. It's just
That's
easy.
louder than my bed.
Yeah. Not to give away all my tools, but if you go to noisetools.net, you can get all sorts of information about when you start with a certain sound pressure or sound power, and you can put in any distance you want, any sort of barrier on there, and you get a rough idea. Now, the software stuff that we're using and the ISO standards that we're using take in consideration all the other stuff, the humidity, the temperature. We talked about, the noise bouncing off the atmosphere. That absolutely happens. Usually not the high frequencies. Actually, it does not happen at the high frequencies. It's the lower frequencies. And ISO standards puts in how you're supposed to deal with those things. Now, that doesn't mean that on some situations, on some days, that noise is going to be worse because the temperature inversion is worse, but it has a standard to predict it beforehand. That's the best way I can say it. So when you're thinking about that, just think out, and are we talking about a mile? Are we talking about 2? It happens further on down because energy waves going in a direction, if they're hitting a temperature inversion like this, if they're going straight up, it's going to be really hard to reflect. So it's the ones that are going off at an angle that then will reflect and then go down way downstream. So the good news about that is right over time, also, the noise levels are going to go down. We're talking about miles away that you're going to hear that funny sound like, hey, why do I hear this sound? And I'm 2 miles away from that source. It happens very rarely. Most of the atmospherics is being taken care of in the software, and the ISO 9713 tells us how to do it.
So we're talking about a 10-foot wall, so what difference with a 16?
Yeah, so it's really easy what you can do. Remember, when I was talking about the software, we said, all right, what was the limit? I was told, hey, I want it to be 60 dB at the fence line. So I helped them build up the site. I took every single noise source, put it into the software, selected the ISO standard, and then it has something where I can say, I need this level. And it tells me, the software does, a million calculations. It's not quite AI, but it's pretty fast. And it tells me what kind of wall to use, what sort of wall will work to get to those figures. So the nice news is what they came up with was a very standard wall. We're talking about a concrete barrier, and it was 10 feet. Now, that did not even include the earth berm, because I didn't have enough information about the soil. So on top of what they're talking about, we had room, we had margin. We could get a nicer sound wall. So if you're asking for more, you gotta ask him how much money. The more sound you gotta go down, the more money it costs. So you really do have to keep that in reason with what you're asking. You can do everything to a certain point, you're asking 55 and 50, it gets exponentially harder every single decibel you go down.
What gets harder?
Noise mitigation, you absolutely can do it. It just gets pricier. You can put more walls.
You're talking about money.
Money, yeah. Okay. So can you do it? Yes. Is it harder? Yes. Or more money, or more absorption, more noise canceling out noise walls, that sort of thing. An interesting thing I would like to bring up is that somebody took some noise measurements, which is great. And so when they said that they right now are hearing 60.3, that was their average dBA noise level. So we're saying we're going to add what? Another 60? Remember, decibels are logarithmic. So that, if you take 60 plus 60, they're going to hear 63. So if they're already hearing 60 right now from the existing sites that are out there. So us adding another 60, it's going to go up by 3 dB. Don't think 60 plus 60 is 120. It doesn't work that way. It's logarithmic scale. So 63.
I believe it is. Of course, she probably took it at a different time than I did, but I never got that higher. Except after that LS cable, I'm not sure when she did. Most of the ones I got were 50s.
Okay.
But still, if that sound, getting that sound around lower, as low as possible.
Is it gonna get about my average was 70.8 dBA, this is just a model, right?
That's correct.
Have you been to a data center?
I've been to many,
And you've done the
similar,
noise levels that exist at a data center in a neighborhood next to a data center, like in Virginia or Texas?
so one of the problems also that you gotta be careful is comparing a data center A to
I
data
just
center B.
asked a simple question.
Yes.
Is it yes or no?
Okay. Not like this, it's using different components
Exactly, so we're just going off a model.
and 25 years of my experience. Yes.
So if I have 70.8 dBA in my backyard, what is 60 gonna do that?
Nothing.
But if there was 60,
What, because it's below, is that what I'm saying?
Now, this is, I'm not lying here. If you add 70 dBA with 60 dBA, it's gonna be less than that. It's a logarithmic scale.
but it will go up.
I
So it'll
mean,
be above your 60 dBA. Yes, that's your answer.
Well, it's already at 70. So I'm having a hard
It's not a
time.
But you
constant.
just answer a question. Okay, it was already 70, and you add 60, so you're saying that's not gonna add any
No.
means to it, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so there's something called background noise. When I take my noise measurements as an acoustical engineer, if I am within 10 dB of my noise, background noise, the amount of correction I have to do to take into account for that background noise, here the background noise is 70, I'm not gonna be even able to measure the noise coming from the site that's 60.
It's beside you, it's LS that's making the noise.
Okay. Yeah, I am not here to say,
I just wanted to answer, you know, if it's gonna be over 60.
Yes, it is, but it already is over 60,
That's
so
what I wanted to know. Thank you.
we can't take away noise.
Any more questions, are we prepared to deliberate tonight, or do we need to table this? Get more information, or do we have enough information? Thank you, sir.
Mr. Anderson had brought up a question in regard to the gas representative. I don't know if he wants to pursue that, or what you think to a gas expert.
It'd be nice to know, but apparently the gas is there and they're gonna put in a whole other line. Is there something y'all can provide me quickly in that regard? Or just a response with you?
Prior to deliberation, staff will need to respond for clarification.
Say that again?
We're still in rebuttal, so you've allowed the applicant to rebut the opposition. The government staff needs to respond as well, is what she's saying. We're still in the hearing. Not everyone has had a chance to rebut.
You got me confused. What are you saying? The staff?
Yeah, so procedurally, the town and staff is a party in standing, so the applicant, the parties in standing, and the town as well need to respond.
Okay, fine.
Prior to deliberation.
Go ahead. Gotcha.
So just in summary, staff would speak to the process, not as a representative of the applicant, but just procedurally as far as what we've gone through and what council was handed at the previous one. I'll start with the materials that provided to the board in advance, just for the record and for everyone in the room. Council was previously provided the same materials provided to the planning board, including the application, proposal, site plan, staff report, section of the Tarboro land use plan, area map, and list of public notices made. That included the area of the 52-acre parcel and an aerial depicting such. Those exhibits were handed in. Summary of the request: the applicant proposes to develop a data center and energy storage system on a 52-acre parcel located on the south side of Anaconda Road, between McNair and Western Boulevard. This parcel is zoned heavy industrial. Letters were mailed to property owners within 100 feet of the location by first-class mail by August 8th, and these addresses were also included in the packet. Published notices were placed in the Rocky Mount Telegram on August 8th and August 15th. Signs were additionally placed on August 8th. The applicable standards are included in this application for special use permits for these utilities. I'll get to that section of the staff report, and I'll explain later in detail. As far as staff analysis, we looked at the zoning for heavy industrial, the reference to the land use plan, and then the site plan checklist will be part of a commercial site plan application, which I'll explain momentarily. Recommended conditions from staff specifically prior to this hearing were noise buffering fencing where council could place a specific decibel limit, down lighting ensured on the site itself, an emergency operations plan submitted with the commercial site plan, an interior layout subject to changes under staff review as long as the plan remained compliant with the SUP conditions and other ordinance conditions. To speak to some clarity, some other things, I can confirm to date, no incentives have been requested of the town, either for infrastructure or otherwise. As far as legal requirements, I can also speak to the fact the signs are the same ones that have been used for the 2 previous special use permits. The property itself, the signs that were placed on Renee were placed as extra notification. They're not legally required to, the signs that were placed along Howard Avenue are not legally required to be placed there. Those were placed as extra notification. As far as the information that was put out in the letters, the telegram, and the signs that were placed, all of those have my direct email and my direct phone number. To date, since August 8th, when those were sent out, fewer than 7 citizens contacted me. I responded to all of them, either by phone response when I answered the phone, or responded to them via voicemail. To respond to something else specifically, site visits are permitted, but are typically discouraged under North Carolina state law, as they can be contributing to ex parte communications and other related bias. The process was followed. Some other questions I've had, I've been back there trying to eat a snack like everybody else. So this application was presented to us in 2025. The town had no knowledge prior to this of this project or its proposal. It was presented to staff. Staff followed the process outlined in the Unified Development Ordinance in Chapter 160D of the North Carolina State Statutes. It then went to Planning Board. It was an advisory board. Advisory board was requested by the applicant to recommend 52 acres for the entirety of the parcel. That was recommended to council. Staff then brought that to council for this hearing specifically to present. There have been concerns about traffic. The road that is Anaconda, where all the traffic for commercial operations will exist, is built to accommodate a large industrial volume. North Carolina Department of Transportation will need to approve a driveway permit prior to operations and take into account the traffic load. Anaconda is a rural minor arterial road where the average daily traffic counts are typically on an arterial road 1,500 to 6,000. Average daily trips, currently it's around 1,300, so capacity exists for that. Regarding the right-of-way, right-of-ways for public transportation are a minimum of 50. They are 30 feet for our needs for private interests. If a public access or a public right-of-way is going to be developed, for example, if this was a subdivision, there would be a requirement for a 50 or 60 foot right-of-way. What we require is a minimum of 30 feet. That gives us 26 feet of pavement for an area, which is a fire truck apparatus to be able to serve the site. I'll remind council that concerns regarding tax and revenue projections are not relevant to the findings of fact, not something that staff can review or recommend, and this is also not a development agreement between the town and the applicant.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Tax and revenue projections are not relevant to the findings of fact, and that this is not a development agreement with any financial considerations between the town and the applicant. The special use permit is for permits acceptable in the zoning district, but to add necessary or perceived necessary conditions following the hearing. Staff shared the citizens' concerns regarding emergency management, buffering, noise, capacity, and other considerations, and has made suggestions to council regarding such. An approval of a special use permit for this proposal does not yet allow permission for them to develop. Prior to such, staff has further reviews, including a commercial site plan, and I'll go through that some of that checklist. But those include capacity and other details regarding stormwater, runoff, flooding. The state statutes prevent impact to another adjacent parcel. Before it's approved, the applicant will need to file and submit state sedimentation and erosion control permits, an approved stormwater management plan that meets North Carolina standards reviewed by our town's third-party engineer will have to be approved. North Carolina Department of Transportation driveway permits will have to be approved. They will also have to receive certification from agencies that utility systems will be adequate to handle proposed development. An environmental impact statement will need to be made, and determination of emergency response needs based on the specific equipment they include on the commercial site plan. After site approval, building permits will need to be approved and issued, and prior to operation, air quality permits from the state of North Carolina and other relevant state and federal permits will be necessary. The conditions of the special use permit, site plan, building plans are all binding. The town can revoke the permit and issue fines and fees as necessary and be able to prevent them from operating should they not be compliant with such.
Questions? Her report.
Can I ask a question?
Do you have any questions? Yes.
I was looking at the deed, that property, I only saw a 20-foot easement.
So as far as the easement itself, as far as the site plan, when they do the commercial site application, they'll have to document that as far as what easement they have. I know that we've seen 20 and we've seen 30 on some different deeds because it's changed over the years. And make sure the mic's picking it up. Over the years, the width of that easement has changed. The original deed was 20. I believe that has changed to 30, but they'll have to have all of that recorded on a commercial site plan before it's approved.
Anybody else?
Could you repeat again the recommended,
Sure.
conditions from the town staff?
Keeping in mind, council was free to add any other conditions. Council specifically was recommended from staff in the previous hearing, noise buffering fencing, where council could place a specific decibel limit, ensuring downlighting. And what that means, our ordinance already addresses lighting, specifically lighting to make sure it doesn't affect the neighboring properties. But a project like this, where there will be a considerable amount of lighting, just wanted to make sure council takes into consideration downlighting, that there's no shed over that fence or whatever landscaping might be taken into consideration. The emergency operations plan to be submitted with alongside the commercial site plan, and a condition that the interior layout can be subject to changes under staff review as long as the plan remains compliant with SUP conditions and other ordinance requirements. And that was specifically because as they get into the commercial site plan, they may need to shift some of that equipment around should council decide to vote and approve an SUP with conditions. A decibel limit or a change or addition to the landscaping requirements may change where some of that equipment needs to be for them to become compliant, or to shift the location of a pond or something to meet a state permit.
Asked before, if this fails or goes under, what happens to the material that's left out?
Sure. So legally, as far as the town, it would be a private site. Should there be any burden to the town or a nuisance, then we would follow through with our nuisance ordinance and begin to abate it, which we would start to levy fines or then remove anything that's necessary should it become a nuisance.
Fines would be at the level to compensate the town for.
That's correct. There would be an administrative fee, a punitive fee, and then should we have to abate them because of non-response, it would be a lien placed against the property for any amount.
Some sort of disaster that affects neighboring property owners, would that be something the town could act upon, or not really?
I would hesitate to answer that specifically, not knowing what that might be. It would depend completely upon liability and how that case law falls outside of my purview and scope.
Let's just say something does happen, and that company fails.
Sure.
Does the liability aspect go back to the person that they're leasing that land from?
Again, that is going to depend entirely on the situation. That's not something I can speak to. It depends on how their legality is set up, the business is structured, insurance law.
Is not, if a company files bankruptcy,
Right.
pretty much, that's it.
Yes, sir.
You can't recoup anything from the.
Could I answer something on that?
You have bonds or equipment?
We will have extensive insurance for liability for construction, and we'll have a bond in place in the event that the project shuts down, and it's in place to clear the site and bring it back to the original conditions.
That would be something you would add to.
What level of bond are you expecting to place?
Whatever we need, we have to realize that in the unlikely event that a data center shut down, the recovery and salvage operation would be gigantic in terms of revenues. I'd be more than happy to solve that problem for anyone that had it, because you can make money hand over fist.
So a recommendation may be that we place a condition for a bond to be placed on a decommissioning bond to be placed on the property. Just trying to determine what level that we need to be.
I'd say I could add to the amount of property, and as far as the building permit itself would be the value of the properties, and then whatever the property tax determines would determine the value of what's on the site. You wouldn't have to have a specific number at this time.
We put a stipulation on this sound levels beyond the wall 56. Is that a pool number?
What was the number?
56.
Yes.
And no more water consumption than 500,000 gallons a day. I don't mind telling you, I still, the center itself, since I've heard, like I said, they're all on the grid, so you don't have a generator unless power goes out. That's just temporary, and then that's just temporary. But not knowing the real sound of this one, it's like, the spinning sound, the mid, the high pitch sound, low pitch sound, without hearing them. That's why I said, if you would give leeway and tell me where everyone's at, I don't mind taking my own resources and flying the one that lives there. I mean, is that permissible? If they say it's not.
Typically it's not.
Typically it's not. I mean, but I'm traveling in the unknown, which I like to know. So that's where I'm at. If I can get that answer, it makes it easier. It make it easier on everybody in.
Our deliberation, what we determine, because he can't provide that tonight.
No.
I don't think
What do we want?
I don't think you'll know till you know. That would be.
I would say this, that we're going to be building in phases. So if we find that there's an issue of noise, whatever it is, when the next permit goes into the building department, we could be making adjustments. It's whatever works, works. There's going to be 8 different phases.
Well, just, it seems, and Chad Baker can chime in, legally, if you're putting a limit at the edge of the property, then they have to build to that. Whatever that limit is, it's the 56 decibels. Really can't get into whether they use this turbine or that turbine, 56 decibels that property.
That's right.
Stephen, guys, the acoustician, we got out of this meeting at, about midnight last month. You were here, correct?
That's right.
Do you think, and I don't want to put you on the spot, could you tell me what you thought the decibel level was in downtown Tarboro at that time? I mean, I know it's kind of
55.
55, an achievable number. He nodded, so you're not on the spot.
I don't have this deep pockets. When I'm thinking, remember, every 3 dB is half as much, so it's a significant amount of work to go from 60 to 57. Can he do it? Yes. Will it cost a lot, and will he decide to do it? I don't know.
We'll do whatever's required to meet that.
Sold 55 so far.
It's not, yeah, that's just a suggestion. Stay comparable with suburban areas.
But it's easy to say.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, we say 55, 50, we get a auctioneer here and do all the numbers, but it's got to be done. And it's easy to say it here to be done, but it ain't done until it's done.
What's
Who has it?
how does the town enforce that condition, Kevin? Would you be able to explain that?
Yeah, that's,
Sure, so I can speak to that. As far as the permits themselves, sometimes there's something that, some things that are evident before the site is finished, whether it's landscaping, you can see that it's all in. As far as noise, I do know it's intended to be phased, regardless of whether it's phased or not. As soon as operations were begun, then we would be able to record that. And we could do that with either a third-party engineer or someone that has, I know we all have some basic equipment and cell phone apps, but the town could retain someone with certifications to certify as such. Or alternatively, what we often do, whether it's a stormwater plan or something, the developer would bear the cost of hiring someone, a third party, and having them certify what those sound levels are. Should they not be compliant, then the town revokes their permit until they can become such.
A suggestion also might be to require monitoring equipment.
Yes.
Around the site that we would have access to.
One of our consultants on the 28th suggested that, that's what Scotty does, these sign monitors.
Catherine was 58 on an average, DB, we're just saying.
okay.
58.
Wow.
58 to 62.
Well, I got to stay. No, we have some questions right now. We like to, there is no questions for Catherine. Anybody? Okay. We move to deliberation. And I see that we have a deliberation sheet. That, well, we'll have to follow. If we are ready to deliberate. Are we ready to deliberate tonight? We would have to put it in the stipulation. I don't see it on the sheet I have.
Yeah.
Well, the last time, the planning department already has something listed up here.
You could start with the list that Catherine spoke of as recommendations.
Yeah, I understand that.
Council accepts.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so the recommendations that staff had included in the previous hearing packet and the ones that I mentioned tonight would be simply added to the list that you call out tonight as far as the worksheet or the conditional use, the special use permit as it's done. And then should the council wanted to add them, that's why we typically provide a very basic draft that doesn't necessarily include all of council's potential recommendations. That way council can modify as they see fit.
Are you all ready to do this? Oh, let me see, everybody have a copy of the sheet?
The next wall go all the way around that.
That's correct, except for there's some access to the access road there in the corner. So it's at various heights based on the, and this can be whatever height they want, but various heights based on the computer programming telling us what we needed to make certain positions. I'm sorry. And the only place that there isn't a wall that in this model is right here where the access road is.
question or two. They can't.
Because you're okay, we move forward. You know?
Yes. You said look for it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Deliberation.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll wait. We'll wait on you. We'll wait. All right. Okay. This is our deliberation sheet, special use permit board consideration worksheet. Energy Storage Solution LLC, property located at 4718-77-6868. This property is located on the south side of Anaconda Road, between McNair Road and Western Boulevard. Approximately 52.185 acres within the heavy industrial zoning district. Proposed use of property, data center, and energy storage system. First question we have to answer is, the application is complete or the application is incomplete in the following ways. I'd like a motion one way or the other.
I'll make a motion that the application is complete.
Second.
Moved and properly second. Brown made the motion and second by Anderson, okay. We got that, so it's complete. It's been moved and properly second. Any deliberation, any discussion? Not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Next question. Compliance with findings of fact. The application is consistent with the adopted plans and policies of the town. Application complies with all applicable requirements of this ordinance. There exists adequate infrastructure to support the application as proposed. The application will not be detrimental to the use or development of adjacent properties or other neighborhood uses.
Can we make comments after each one of these statements, or we can read them all first?
I'm gonna read them all first and then go back. The application will not endanger public health or safety. The application will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. The application will be in harmony with the area in which it is located. Or the application is not in compliance with the following reason because of substantial material and competent evidence has been submitted as such. So, we go down. Application is consistent with adopted plans and policies of the town. First, subcondition is the application complies with all applicable requirements of this ordinance. How should I do?
I would anticipate we need to ask for a motion.
One way or the other, and then go from there. All right, thank you. Anyone would like to make a motion, one way or the other?
I'll make a
Motion.
motion. The application is not in compliance with the following reason, because of substantial material and competent evidence has been submitted as such, detrimental to the use or development of adjacent properties or other neighborhood uses. Testimony. Application will endanger public health and safety because of testimony. The application will not, the application will injure the value of adjoining to a abutting property because testimony. Application will not be a home in the area in which it is located because of testimony.
Is that all the conditions? I mean, with that, every one of my judges skip on.
That's what I chose.
Okay. All right, it's been moved. Is there a second?
What is the motion?
The motion is the application is not in compliance for the following reason. She really named all of the ones up here by saying that it did not comply with the requirements of the ordinance. There does not exist adequate infrastructure to support the application. The application will be detrimental to use of adjacent properties or other neighborhood uses. Application will endanger public health and safety. Application will injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Application will not be in harmony with which is
I
located.
second the motion.
All right, been moved and properly.
For the record, it's the last four, right there.
I thought it was all of them, that's why I was asking.
The last four.
Just the last four, okay. All right, thanks, that's what I was asking. So, let me go over again, so she said not in compliance because the application will be detrimental to the use or development of adjacent properties or other neighborhood uses. Application will endanger public health or safety. Application will injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Application will not be in harmony with the area in which it is located. We're moving in property second. Councilman Taylor's second motion. Is there any discussion?
Just a little bit. I know you read off quite a few, but to me personally, I don't think the part as far as the application is damaging or devaluing the neighborhood property hasn't really been determined to me. I don't think it came real good for this side. I don't think it came good for that side. So I don't really. Nobody really gave me any true facts that how it's going to dampen or cause financial harm to the businesses or mankind or to the residents in any way. So that one I don't really.
I would say, I think,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think that the issue with the sound is part of that. I would say if somebody decided to build or thought about building a subdivision, and the existing remaining portion of that, I just don't think that it would be, financially sound thing to do. I don't think people would buy a home in that area where they know that they're gonna hear that sound on a 24/7 basis. So I think it is detrimental to development.
Anyone else would like to speak?
If the conditions are met, that kind of counters that point, so we're sort of right there back up in the middle.
I think, when you ask the question in regard to health and safety, I think those questions have not been proven as to whether the sound would be detrimental or not. And we are looking again at using a, new, never used piece of equipment, such a that's untested. So again, it's an experimental type of situation. Again, we heard, I don't know that it would hurt the value of the property, but most of us live under the pretense that our property increases in value, and I don't think it would in that situation. And harmony, I think it would just be out of whack with the harmony of the situation that has been there for hundreds of years. Harmony is being compatible with the area, and again, I see it as being incompatible with the existing homes and people that live in that area. And the potential of, not saying it would happen, but it could. And we talked about risk and benefits. There are some benefits. There's no question there would be some benefits. But if I live in one of those adjoining properties, I don't know what the risk would be, could be, but if it happened, then the billions of dollars we talked about would mean a darn thing to me. Again, I just feel it's out of harmony with where it's being put in a population center. Thank you.
More discussion? Restate the motion. The motion is that the application is not in compliance for the following reasons, because of the application will be detrimental to the use or development of adjacent properties or other neighborhood uses. Application will endanger public health and safety. The application will injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Application will not be in harmony with the area in which it is located. No further discussion? All in favor with the motion? Say aye.
Aye.
Let me get hands. What's the count now? How many? 7?
7 to 1.
7 to 1. In that case, we go on to the next item, or is that?
Yes, so you denied the application based on section 2.
Go straight to 4. Okay, so we, item 4, denying the application. Okay. The application is denied because it does not comply with the ordinance requirements set. Call it section 2, okay, the application is denied because of the stipulations, because of the reason stated in section 2. Okay, can I get a motion?
Motion to deny.
I get a second? Second. All right, it's been moved and probably second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
That the application is denied.
Take the vote.
All right, just want to make sure we do this thing right. Okay, so I don't need to say, you say. Okay, we got a
Motion is to deny the application based on the items that we mentioned under.
Any further discussion? None, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
1 no. 7. we have to approve the consent item.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, recommend council approve the consent items on the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Oh, okay. Well, we don't have to go down the line tonight because we've been here too long. So can we, get a motion to, what is it?
Not on the last one.
Can I get a motion to adjourn? Can I get a motion to adjourn? I second. It's been moving about the second, that should adjourn. I'm discussing, no, all in favor, side? Aye.